On what date again?
The morning of the 2nd, April 2nd.
April 2nd.
Yes.
Were you given access and did you review the St. Francis Police Department video?
I did.
Describe the video system if you can.
The video system was antiquated. It hasn't been updated in the way that it recorded its snapshots. The video, like normal video, would be real time. You could see the numbers going up with time relative where you're looking. The video would only save a second or second and a half at a time. And the cataloging system that it had in its file system was very not precise. So we had to look through pieces at a time, basically 1 second videos for whatever, an hour, half an hour, 45 minutes, what we were looking at. So it wasn't it was video, but it was just coded differently, if I'm speaking.
As a result of the condition of the video system, were you able to collect motion video, or did you just do something else?
I did something else.
Okay, did you decide to take screenshots?
I did. That was the clearest option for this video system.
I want you to look at 443 on the screen right now, and if you can stand up and let us know where the St. Francis Police Department is on this map in relation to Warnimont Park. Okay. There's a microphone, a handheld one next to you that you could, nope, on the
there it is. Hello.
shelf. Thank you.
Okay, so Warnimont Park down here for the south end of what we're looking at. And to take the video that we were tracking is north from Warnimont Park on the first available roadway here that goes all the way through. It just looks like it's 32 marked on this map. And then it would have taken a westward direction here.
What street is that?
This is Howard Avenue, running east and west.
If you turn west on Howard from Lake Drive there, would you eventually hit a highway?
You would hit a highway, which would be 794.
And where is the police department?
Police department is somewhere in this area. There's like 3 government buildings kind of lined up.
Those are for the municipality of St. Francis?
Yes.
Okay. This is still Milwaukee County, right?
It is.
So those municipal buildings that you're referring to, those are between the highway and Lake Drive?
Yes, they are.
Did you, you can have a seat, thank you. Did you obtain a screenshot of what you believe to be Sade Robinson's vehicle?
I did.
I'll show you 232. Is this that screenshot?
It is.
Move 232 and ask to publish.
Any objection?
No.
It's received. Go ahead.
All right, this very grainy screenshot here, what are we looking at, Detective?
It is Sade Robinson's vehicle traveling westbound on Howard, approaching 794 at the west sort of side of the structure on the furthest camera angle.
Did you watch a number of cars pass by this camera on Howard Avenue?
I did.
And were you able to distinguish parts of those vehicles from other parts of this vehicle that made you think that this was Sade Robinson's?
Yes.
Size?
Size, particularly the way the headlights were projecting further down road as they're normally supposed to do, so you can see oncoming traffic and things like that, versus what we see here in this picture and other descriptors on the vehicle.
All right, and you to be clear, you were able to watch this in a motion video format?
Yes, a rather short, segmented things, but there was motion with it, yes.
And what time on April 2nd is this still frame from?
This is 4:38, and I believe 38 seconds on April 2nd.
4:38:38?
Yep.
Nothing else?
Cross?
No.
Thank you. State your next.
Recall Detective Donner.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can please be seated, restate, and respell your name for the record.
Detective Joanne, Joann, Donner, Donner.
All right, Detective Donner, you, at some point you reviewed the bus video footage depicting Mr. Anderson, right?
I did,
How did he get on and pay for the bus?
with cash,
And how did he get the cash?
out of his wallet.
Okay. I'm going to show you 493.
Okay. I don't object to that exhibit.
Have the number one more time.
493.
It's admitted.
Is this an image from that bus video?
It is,
Move 493 and ask to publish it.
Already received and go right ahead.
Thank you. And obviously, you were almost instantly aware that when Mr. Anderson was arrested on April 4th, correct?
yes,
And you learned that his wallet had been recovered from him?
it was.
I'm showing you what's already in evidence. It's 453. Did you make an effort to discern whether the wallet, Exhibit 453, had similar characteristics to the one that he entered the bus wearing?
I did.
Why don't you tell the jury what you're talking about, and if you need, would you like to open the wallet? Okay. Do you want gloves?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Explore it further is my point. Okay.
Okay, Detective, using Exhibit 493 here on the screen, as well as if you could show the jury what you were able to discover.
I first noted this small dark area, and I determined that it was a label that matches this wallet that was retrieved from Maxwell Anderson.
All right. What part in particular?
It's right here in the lower corner. It has the same one right here.
Okay, thank you. You can bag that back up. And while you're doing that, Detective, you've observed all the video footage from Dukes and Twisted Fisherman. Is that a fair statement?
It is.
Mr. Anderson's hair, is it different in those videos than it appears to be in Exhibit 493?
Yes.
How so?
His hair is down in this photo, whereas at Duke's and at Twisted Fisherman, he has it pulled back. Yes.
All right, and you've been in here the bulk of the day as we've discussed videos of the vehicle travel. Are you able to summarize for this jury the route of travel of the vehicle once it leaves Maxwell Anderson's home?
I am.
All right, I'm going to show you 490, and 491 and 492 with their maps. These all maps you printed off.
That is correct.
Okay, move 490 through 492 in.
It's fine.
Did you say, I just said 491 and 492. Is it 490?
90, 91, and 92.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
They're received.
And if you can, Detective, I guess the easiest way to do this would be to have you draw on it, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Can the witness come and use the Elmo?
Sure.
All
Do you need a Sharpie?
I
Do you
have
have
one.
one? Okay.
I have a black Sharpie and a red Sharpie, whatever might be better visually. Let's go red. I can take those.
For right now. So this is Mr. Anderson's residence right here. We can track her vehicle going east or west on Euclid, north on 43rd. Based on the records, we believe it went then down Forest Home to 35th Street. From there, they went north and presumably got on the freeway, since the next time that we see the vehicle, it's then exiting at McKinley. Sorry, it's just right up here. Oh, I'm sorry. So eastbound on 94, then north on 43, where it exits at 145 onto McKinley.
All right, I'm gonna stop you there. Just to be clear, we don't have video of the vehicle on I-94, right?
That is correct. It's just the most logical route.
Was that video beyond retention period when you figured this out?
That is correct.
Okay. There's an entrance from 35th Street onto Interstate 94, is there one?
There is.
And you indicated the next time after 35th Street that it's on vehicle video is where?
After it exits at 145,
Point to that, please.
that would be right here.
And is that where the license plate reader camera captures her plate?
That's correct.
All right, why don't you continue from there?
So after it exits 145, continues down downtown, up onto Commerce, which is where it passes Lakefront Brewery, presumably to Humboldt, because again, where it's seen next is up in this area, and that's that North Dousman.
Do you recall what time that Dousman video was?
Sorry, not off the top of my head.
Okay. The timestamp of the plate reader camera, do you remember which that one was?
Yes, approximately 1 a.m.
All right.
From this area, we believe that it then went up to Capitol, went west, where it was captured here.
What street is that?
That is Capitol and 27th Street. It then proceeds further to approximately just past, I believe it was the 145 Fond du Lac Avenue.
But we don't have, you didn't find video of that?
Correct.
What are you basing that on?
That's based off his cell phone records in Life 360.
Then where is it on video next?
It comes back going eastbound and captured again on 27th and Capitol.
After that?
From there, again, this is speculation, just using cell phone records in Life 360. According to those records, it travels along 43, going southbound through downtown Milwaukee. I'm sorry, I don't have these connected up very well. So from downtown Milwaukee, and here it goes for a while going west, where it then stops and turns back around. We weren't able to determine exactly where the phone turned back around.
Were you able to get freeway video from those locations?
No, the freeway video was past the retention date.
Okay, then when's the next time we get it?
It goes back eastbound and then follows southbound 94, where it exits at College. And that's where we have that video right there. That was at approximately 2:38 a.m.
238?
Yes.
Okay, then what? When do we get it next on camera?
Then it goes eastbound till it gets to this location. That's where that airport tunnel is. And that's approximately 6 minutes later. From there, continues eastbound, making the turn to go north, where we then see the vehicle again on camera at St. Luke's in this area.
That was at what time?
2:51.
And from the way back last week, when we were looking at the videos from Warnimont Park, what time does it enter Warnimont Park?
believe that was at 2:53, if I recall correctly.
All right.
Oops, I'm sorry, I turned too quick, right up there.
So where you drew that last circle, 251, and then Warnimont, 253.
That's correct. right
Okay.
there.
From there, when is the next time we get the vehicle on camera after departing Warnimont Park? And what time does it depart Warnimont Park?
So 4:34, I believe it was. It then takes this route where it is again spotted on camera on Layton and Armour.
That was the house with all the lawn stuff?
That is correct.
Okay.
Continues north up to Howard, where it then goes west. Here is the St. Francis video, and this is where we lost her phone. It died.
And the TV turned off right then as well, so.
Of course.
All right, it's back on. So based on the phone records, the last place you were able to track the phone to was approximately where?
794 and Howard Avenue.
And then are you aware of where Detective Braunreiter found the vehicle on North 27th Street and Wisconsin or Wells?
I am.
What time was that at?
That was approximately 10 minutes later.
I want to go back to one other map here. I've got 491 on the screen here. When the vehicle is on camera, it passing the plate reader here, and then it goes up Commerce Street, and you're aware that Miss Robinson's residence, her apartment building was on Commerce, right?
Yes,
Through your review of the videos, both from Lakefront Brewery as well as from her apartment, does her car ever stop back at her residence?
it does not.
And from your review of those Life 360 records, does it appear that she makes a stop on, that her phone makes a stop on Commerce Street?
No, it does not.
Nothing else?
Cross.
You would agree, good morning again.
Morning.
You would agree that some of this is based on assumptions that you're drawing, right?
Based on the cell phone records and the Life 360 routing.
But also based on some assumptions that you make, right?
Correct.
Like when you say, for example, we think it took this freeway, that's an assumption, right?
Again, based on the cell phone and Life 360 records.
Because you're trying to piece it together.
Bro, if she got phone records, 360 records, and cameras of him coming on and off the highway, why would you waste your time trying to make it look like he didn't go on the fucking highway? They got him going on and off on the fucking camera, bro. You are a terrible fucking
What
lawyer,
you're
bro.
saying.
The Life 360 uses GPS and it's pretty accurate at dotting the route and it follows along those freeways.
Okay, well then, why didn't we just rely on that data? Why even bother and go pull camera footage?
Just to verify that her vehicle and her cell phone were together.
Got it. And when we say her vehicle, obviously you've sat through and watched all these tapes. We can't see who's
The
driving
worst
her
lawyer on
vehicle.
the fucking
Correct.
planet.
So the car, when the Civic leaves Max's home, the Civic goes in a direct route to Sade's Commerce Street that she lives on. Fair to say?
Yes,
From point A to point B.
yes.
Is there any, was Sade's ID card found in Max's residence?
It was not.
Is there any, this was a first date, wasn't it?
Yes,
No evidence from anything you looked at that Max had ever been to her apartment.
correct,
Because there's footage from that apartment and interviews that were done of people who work there, right?
correct.
There's no evidence at all that Max had ever been there,
Yeah, none.
or even that he knew where she lived.
I don't have any evidence that he knew where she lived.
Okay. Now, the footage that was pulled from buses, we saw video footage. Is it fair for, I'm sorry, strike that question. Is it fair for me to just call you a lead detective, right? We've
Correct.
sort of established that. When footage was pulled from the bus video of Max going south on 35th Street, right?
Correct.
was any order put out by you to pull bus footage from earlier that morning heading up towards Lisbon Avenue?
On the same bus route?
Yes.
No.
Was any other Milwaukee County transit footage obtained other than the one sequence of footage where we have Max going from Lisbon Avenue south on 35th Street? Did any other bus footage get pulled?
Other than the footage that was on Lisbon, no.
And finally, we've mentioned this a little bit earlier today, you were the detective who instructed that a comparative height analysis be conducted in this case, right?
Yes,
For the video footage of the yard,
correct,
filming into Max's backyard.
correct.
And you're aware of that based on your order that be done, or your directive that be done, the state crime lab did in fact do that analysis.
No, they did not.
Okay, they didn't do that analysis?
No, they did not.
Should I mark this? Where are we at for exhibit? Celeste, can you tell me where we were at for an exhibit?
820. No problem.
I'm just showing you exhibit 820 and just ask if you've seen this before.
Yes, I have.
Okay, and that is, what is that?
It is a report from the crime lab regarding the video that was submitted.
And that's directed, sent to you? Or
Yes.
Danita Ball?
Right, in care of me. It comes to me.
Danita Ball being the head sheriff and you being a detective, obviously. And then, would you agree with me that on exhibit 820, this is a report from the state crime lab, correct?
Correct.
And that there's 4 video files and 1 JPEG file. The videos were copied and the analysis was completed.
Yes,
And that these, the footage is even from a channel 5 with the descriptions of video that we had watched yesterday from 3166 39th Street, right?
correct.
And the summary of conclusions is that there is a figure going through an open area, but one can't determine what or who this figure is. Would you agree with that?
Yes, that's correct.
That is the conclusion.
Yes, that's what it states.
So when you said that the analysis wasn't done, what you meant was they were not able to make any determinations, right?
No, the height analysis was not done.
Okay. Well, what type of analysis was that?
They attempted to clear up the video image a bit more, and they were not able to.
So in other words, the crime lab wasn't able to make the footage any clearer.
Correct.
They concluded that this is the crime lab concluded one can't determine what or who the figure is.
Correct.
Enhancements were made to the video, but it's still, despite those enhancements, no conclusion.
That's correct.
And because of that, they couldn't do a comparative height analysis.
No, they do not do height analysis.
Oh, so you asked them to do something they don't do.
Correct.
Does the FBI, why did you ask them to do something they don't do?
I didn't know that they didn't.
Did you seek FBI assistance for that?
No, I did not.
Okay.
I did not, obviously you gotta have the report. I did not get that information until late October, and that would not be enough turnaround time.
October 16th.
I actually didn't get that until, like, I think it was after October 21st is the date that it was reviewed and signed.
Yes, October 21st, and now we're out in June, or trial started in May.
Right, but initially, with the initial trial date, there was not enough turnaround time
And then when
for
the tri-
that. And quite frankly, it slipped my mind to even consider sending it to a different lab to try to analyze.
That part slipped your mind.
Yes, that's what I said.
Move exhibit 820?
Any objection?
No.
820 is received.
I spoke for Ian.
No one, he's supposed to say no. No objection.
So if there was a suggestion earlier that you didn't try to get the height analysis done, that would be incorrect, right?
That would be incorrect.
You tried to get that video footage from 3166 clarified and they just couldn't do it.
Correct.
Okay. So, you had indicated, I think, in your cross-examination that you were looking to see, the reason you didn't just rely on Life 360 and the phones is because you were looking to see if the vehicle and the cell phone were traveling together throughout Milwaukee County overnight that night, right?
That's correct.
And what did you find?
I found that it was.
Okay. And, you had been asked of whether you had recovered evidence that Mr. Anderson was aware of Ms. Robinson's apartment, right?
Yes.
But you are aware that they were hanging out, talking at Twisted Fisherman and Duke's on Water all night, right?
Yes, they could have easily talked about it.
Nothing else.
Defense?
Sure, could have, would have, should have, but we don't know that they did.
Correct.
Okay, that's all. Because one of
Yo, this is the worst, dumbest lawyer on the planet. She say some of the dumbest shit, bro. Like, I just don't get them.
the people in those conversations is no longer with us, right?
Correct.
Nothing else.
Well, that's one reason. Another reason is there's no evidence that they talked about it.
Because she said, and I can't ask her.
Okay.
Right. You ask dumb questions that make you and your client look
Thank you
stupid
for
as hell,
witness.
bro.
I do actually.
Awesome.
Brian Morgan.
If you wanna call back up, then we'll be
Oh, over here.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear.
If you can please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
It's Detective Brian, B-R-I-A-N, Morgan, M-O-R-G-A-N.
You're a detective with the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office,
I am.
and how long have you worked in that capacity?
With the Sheriff's Office for 23 years and as an investigator for the better part of 14.
Last year, 2024, were you involved in attempting to obtain a DNA sample of a family member of Sade Robinson's?
I was.
And what was the purpose of trying to get that DNA sample?
There was a missing person that was entered into the system about the same time as human remains were found. And there was enough of a match where we thought it's potentially the same person. So we wanted to get familial DNA so we can compare for identification purposes.
Who did you get that DNA swab from?
From the victim's mother, Sheena Scarborough.
Can you spell it for the record?
I cannot.
Okay, I will. It's S-H-E-E-N-A S-C-A-R-B-R-O-U-G-H. I'm going to show you Exhibit 494. Is that the DNA swab that you obtained from Sade Robinson's mother?
It is.
Move 494 in.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Received.
Were you also involved in transporting swabs, DNA swabs obtained during autopsy from the various body parts recovered and examined by Dr. Decker to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab for DNA analysis?
I was.
Nothing else.
Cross? Thank you.
Thank you.
Another short one by chance?
No, I do not have another short one.
Okay, it's 11:50. It's probably a good time to break for lunch then. Okay, remember your admonitions. Keep it all in mind. Put this case out of your mind till you come back this afternoon. This afternoon, we can kick up at 1:30. Right, Celeste? Or 1:45? 1:30. So we'll do 1:30 this afternoon, okay? So have a lovely lunch. Leave your notebooks on your chair, and we'll see you back at 1:30. Thanks, everybody.
So there you have it. But we got, let's see.
Take the stand. That is as many as there were all of yesterday. In fact, the most witnesses we've seen in a single day was 15 on the second day of testimony, which was last Wednesday. So this is by far, 13 is the most we've seen in either an afternoon or a morning session throughout the course of the trial. And this was really all about tracking the movements of Sade Robinson's vehicle after the date and actually after the time period where prosecutors say they were located at Maxwell Anderson's home. Again, through all the video surveillance and Live 360 tracking, prosecutors are saying that Maxwell Anderson and Sade Robinson were at his residence at 3161 South 39th Street from about 9:20 p.m. on April 1st until about 12:45 a.m. on April 2nd. About 2.5 hours, actually more than that, 3 hours, maybe 3 hours and 3 hours and 25 minutes. They were at Anderson's home. From there, we just heard a very detailed, by using surveillance video, by using license plate reading cameras, a detailed tracing of the movements of Sade Robinson's car from 12:45 a.m. on the early morning of April 2nd until the car ends up or the Life 360 data runs out a little after 4 o'clock in the morning. We heard from, instead of going name by name through each of the detectives and deputies, again, there were 13 that took the stand this morning. I'm going to talk a little about what we know about those movements, and that comes from the timeline. And I don't have every single one of these. It's sometimes hard to pick up on exactly what times they're saying. They're moving pretty quickly. But as I said, we know that at 9:20 p.m., well, first of all, let's go one step back. At 9:03 p.m., both Sade Robinson and Maxwell Anderson leave Dukes on Water. They are seen both getting into Sade Robinson's 2020 dark-colored, dark blue Honda Civic. It's parked on Water Street. They get in. It hits the key fob. It flashes the lights twice. She gets in the driver's seat. He gets in the passenger seat, and they drive away. The car then arrives, according to what prosecutors are presenting and their take on the video evidence. It arrives at Maxwell Anderson's home at 9:20 p.m. So 17 minutes later, they leave downtown. They end up down at the area of 39th and Euclid, and that matches roughly with what that drive would take. 12:45 in the morning, there's a key fob, two blinks of a light in the alleyway, and prosecutors are saying that's when the Life 360 data once again starts to show Sade Robinson's phone on the move. To prove that it's not just the phone, that in fact the vehicle is traveling with the phone, that's why they go through all of these next steps. At 1:02 a.m., 17 minutes after we see the flashing of the key fob or the flashing of lights in the alleyway, 17 minutes later, there's a license plate read that matches Sade Robinson's car, and that is at McKinley and 4th, going eastbound on McKinley as though someone has just gotten off of the Interstate Highway, I-43. There it is, 1:02 a.m. Thank you, Delaney, right on top. You see the license plate read, ASP 1171. Police say that is Sade Robinson's license plate. It was registered in her name to that Honda Civic. And again, you see those signature C-shaped tail lights. We've heard that over and over again as prosecutors keep coming back to that when they see this video surveillance. It's hard to tell in a dark nighttime photo what model of vehicle that is, but the license plate read can tell you exactly what it is, and then those C-shaped lights add to it. This is going eastbound on McKinley just off of I-43. I did my own look at the sort of a Google Maps. What would the drive take from Maxwell Anderson's house to 4th and McKinley? And it said 14 minutes would be a typical drive time. We saw the flashing of the key fob lights at 12:45. This is at 1:02, so 17 minutes. That allows for maybe a couple of minutes to get in the car, get situated, pull out, and maybe the car's driving a little slower than a typical car, but roughly matches what you would expect to get to that location. 4 minutes after this, after they exit the freeway and the car's going eastbound on McKinley, now we're in the Lower East Side, and the vehicle is spotted passing by Sade Robinson's apartment building. That is the Brewers Point Apartments that are right next to Lakefront Brewery on North Commerce Street. there's the car there, passing by her apartment. That becomes an issue in a little bit where the defense raises the question of, okay, you're showing the car go by Sade Robinson's very apartment. How do we know Maxwell Anderson even knew where she lived? If they were on a first date and they didn't know each other very well, there was no indication, or there's no evidence anyway, that he had knowledge of where her apartment was. But the state says, look, they were at the bar all night, they're hanging out and talking. She very easily could have said, oh, I live at Brewers Point Apartments right over there by Lakefront Brewery. He might have known that, but the defense says, well, we don't know that he knew. And I think it led to one of the most interesting exchanges we've heard so far. Joanne Donner was the detective on the stand at the time. That's Joanne Donner. And Tony Cotton is pressing her saying, hey, how do you know he even knew where she lived? And she says, well, we don't know. The state then comes back on a redirect and says, okay, but they were at the bar together, right? He might have known. And she says, yeah, he might have told her. Tony Cotton comes back, recrosses and says, but you don't know any way to know that she told him. And that's when Joanne Donner responds, you're right, because she's dead and I can't talk to her. I don't know that's where Tony Cotton was hoping to go with that. I don't think that's necessarily something you want the jury to hear because, of course, it's...
Right. He's a dumbass lawyer that do dumb shit, and he's the reason his client going to jail because he's so busy trying to be... and put his glasses up, and he's getting his client in prison because he asks the dumbest questions that's just stupid as hell. They don't even make any sense as a defense lawyer. This must be his first fucking case.
It's the first time we've heard a witness really call out and say, no, we can't talk to Sade. We can't get her story. She's dead. She was killed. She was dismembered. She was deposited all over the city and the county. In terms of an emotional moment for the jury, that one kind of stands out so far from today because it's been pretty technical up until now. But that one, I think, was a moment that maybe Tony Cotton might like to have back as a defense attorney. In any case, we see it go past her apartment. We see the vehicle. That was 1:06 a.m. At 1:34 a.m., there's another camera on the 3300 block of Dawson. I have to tell you, I got to look up where that even is. I know it is in the River West area of Milwaukee because they say the vehicle goes from her apartment north on Commerce Street and ends up in the River West neighborhood. I'm trying to pull that kind of up, but I know it is north of the Lower East Side. And those of you who know the city well will know exactly where this is. I'm trying to get a 3300, well, okay, I haven't found it. In any case, it's moving from Sade Robinson's apartment on the Lower East Side up into the River West area. It eventually ends up at around 27th and Capitol Drive, and that is at 2:06 a.m. Car is spotted at around 27th and Capitol. A few minutes later, it's at Capitol and Fond du Lac, and then that's when detectives say the vehicle gets back on the interstate, I-43, and now goes south. So it's heading south on I-43 and traveling towards Mitchell International Airport, kind of going that direction. At 2:38 a.m., the vehicle is spotted on a DOT camera exiting the interstate at College Avenue. So College Avenue is the road that runs just along the south side of Mitchell International Airport. They see the vehicle exiting there at 2:38. It's about 15 minutes after that, 2:53 a.m., where the Honda Civic enters the gate area that's going toward the pump house. That's when it can be seen smashing the gate and driving down the service road toward the lakefront. About 12 minutes later, it was described that a silhouette could be seen sort of descending toward the cliff or toward the lakefront and then disappearing. Another hour or so, hour and 10 minutes after that, a figure ascends the bluff, unidentifiable, hard to say who it is or what it is. And then at 4:32 a.m., the Civic once again departs that service road from Warnimont Park, where eventually Sade Robinson's leg would be found. The Civic continues driving and ends up in the area of 794 and Howard Avenue. That's right around 4:40 a.m., and that is the last record of the Life 360 movements because the phone apparently runs out of battery at that point or for whatever reason stops sending signal. That was 4:40 in the morning. We know by 5:19, Sade Robinson's car is spotted on the north side of Milwaukee, circling neighborhoods for about an hour, hour and a half. and eventually at 7:30 in the morning, it ends up on fire. We see the figure with the backpack walking away from that fire just as it's beginning, and then we see the rest of the walk. This is that photo again. We've shown you many times the white building there. You can see all the way off to the far right side a slight flicker of orange. That's where Sade Robinson's car is parked, and it appears that a fire has just been set. It will eventually be engulfed in flames within minutes. The figure you see right below the mouse is a person with a backpack who we then see more images of walking westbound on Lisbon and westbound on Walnut just to the south of Lisbon, and eventually ending up at a bus stop at 35th and Lisbon, getting on a county transit bus where it clearly appears to be Maxwell Anderson. He rides that bus all the way back down. There you go. There's the shot of him getting on the bus. And he rides that bus all the way back down to within a few blocks of his house. We've even seen then video of him arriving at the house and walking in. It appears that he still has that backpack on, and that is at 8:42 a.m. You see the backpack as he's in his neighborhood. So we now have a really good idea of what was happening all night long. At least the car is accounted for. What the defense keeps pointing out, though, is at no point can you ever see Maxwell Anderson behind the wheel. At no point can you see who's actually driving the car, and at no point can you actually see, inside that vehicle. You never see Maxwell Anderson get in Sade Robinson's driver's seat. So the movements of the car are matching her phone. We know this much. We know it wasn't Sade Robinson driving around the car the entire time, because at a certain point, she was no longer alive. She had been deposited, her body parts had been deposited, at least the leg we know, in Warnimont Park, and other parts that ended up washing up along the shores of Lake Michigan. So who was driving that car? There's also no evidence of anybody else getting in that car. So that's, I'm sure, something the state is going to be pointing out and trying to get the jury to see, that all along it seems the only person that she's been seen with was Maxwell Anderson. We've got Aaron Mabin, who is going to be joining us here. Let me see if I can get him pulled up. I do have him. I got to go get him to the right place. There we go. All right, now I got it. Let me go back to getting this. All right. Make sure I've got everybody in the right place. Aaron Mabin is going to join us here in just a moment. Let me just get some things switched out. You can see Aaron is now live outside the Milwaukee County Safety Building, and I'm going to get his audio turned up. Aaron, thanks for joining us again. You've been in court all morning. This one's been a fast mover. A lot of witnesses that we heard from in just the morning session.
And I'm looking at my notes right now, Brian, and I'm seeing video being mentioned so many times by the prosecution and the defense, and that is what today is really all about. As you gave us a run through of what we've seen in the morning, video of Sade Robinson's vehicle is the main focus of the day. The lead detective, Joanne Donner, actually giving the jury not long ago a path of what they believe was a route that they say Maxwell Anderson took while driving Sade Robinson's car from his home, past her apartment building on Commerce, past Lakeshore, then through downtown Milwaukee, then through Warnimont Park. And just the focus to Warnimont Park, the focus has really just been about video today, Brian. When we were walking out of the courtroom and out of the courthouse, I talked to three other people who were in the gallery too, not affiliated with the case. I said, "How you guys doing today?" And they were honest. They said that they were maybe a little tired today until the end when we saw a back and forth. It is a lot of witnesses. It's really technical, not very showy, not very flashy compared to yesterday or maybe the days where we've seen fire and we've seen, that first date. But today's so critical, Brian, because what the prosecution is doing is they are painting this picture and really giving the jury a timestamp and a closer look at that investigation. And again, the video, the surveillance video from homes, from businesses showing Sade Robinson's car after leaving the area of Maxwell Anderson's home, going to all these different locations the night after that first date into the morning of April 2nd, Brian.
I feel in some ways like so much of this, Aaron, has been little dots on a piece of paper, and we just don't see where these dots connect. And literally, that's what Joanne Donner did for the first time, is she started connecting all of those dots on a map and going, we have him going here and here and here, and then up this way, and then back down. And you start to go, okay, now I see a picture. And it feels like this was a long, slow buildup to getting that picture. Did you get that sense from the people you've talked to?
Absolutely. And you know, during everyone's testimony today, all the detectives who took the stand, I actually had on my laptop a map of the city of Milwaukee. So we saw where he was near his home in Milwaukee, and then 27th and Capitol. And as the testimony's happening, the reporters, along with myself, we're literally taking this map too, and I'm thinking, this is going to be hard, Brian, for the jury to keep up with until that moment around maybe 11:35-ish, maybe 11:40, when the jury saw that red Sharpie go onto the paper and that detective piece everything together. I do think that's what the state needed to do for the jury. I didn't get to really look at the jury, maybe nod or react to that, but it's one thing to see the testimony, to see the video, but it's another to actually see that map come together. It's important to note that this map came together through that surveillance video, but also from GPS tracking of Life 360 that we know Sade Robinson had on her phone. Loved ones were able to track her and know her whereabouts too. So detectives use surveillance video, and they use that Life 360, and they use assumption. And I say assumption right now, Brian, because defense attorney Anthony Cotton really pounced on that. Like, yeah, we have this surveillance video here, but you're assuming right now that this is a route they took. You aren't for certain right now that this is a route that this black vehicle took, who you're saying that Maxwell Anderson is the driver. You're not really certain every single step, because some of those moments as well, Brian, the investigators, they were notified to go search this area later. And after searching that, they come to realize that DOT camera or some businesses, some nearby homes, no longer have that surveillance video, so they have to kind of piece it together on their own, if that makes sense.
You know, I thought it was interesting, though. We've talked, of course, I've done stories on this. We've talked about it on our podcast, Open Record. There's been a lot of attention on the network of license plate reading cameras, a brand name that's well known, Flock Safety. And there's some controversy because there are so many of these all across the country that there is legitimate concern about sort of over surveillance by law enforcement. On the other hand, law enforcement will tell you, in cases like this, in a homicide case, those kinds of license plate reads can be crucial, and I think in this case it really does bear that out, because it's one thing to look at this video of a dark-colored car that looks like it has C-shaped taillights and go, okay, but that could be any Honda Civic, that could be any car. How do you know it's her car? But then at certain points along the route they go, well, here's how we know, because while you see that video that you're not sure it's her, here's a license plate read. It's her car. The defense still says we don't know who's driving it, but we do know now at points along the route they've drawn, it's definitely Sade Robinson's car.
There were a number of things that they focused on. Let's talk about the license plate first. Before this even became a homicide trial, or became a homicide, it was a first date, right? So they have the car at Duke's. They have the car and the license plate at Duke's, where that first date happened. So that was one indication, just showing that this is a car, this is a license plate, so the jury saw that. And then as the car hits the road at different locations, they're also able to match it up as well. So just really solidifying for the jury that this is the same vehicle. They didn't just use a license plate detector, the license plate evidence. There's also this discussion of the foggy windows, the gray windows of Sade Robinson's car. Whether it what caused it, I don't believe that the state has said exactly what caused it, but they're saying it's foggy, right? It's foggy here, detective. What do you notice about the window? It's foggy. They jump on that because they're not only talking about the license plate, they're not just matching the fog, they're highlighting that. They're also going to talk about the the back tail lights are also different too. It's a C shape is what I'm taking. So this is one tail light right here. This is a tail light here. So you're going to see all these other cars focus in on the license plate, focus in on the foggy windows. If we don't have that in this image, you can also see the tail lights in back too. So those are really 3 indicators that the jury and the gallery is really picking up happening inside as they talk about Sade Robinson's a vehicle, because we don't know who the driver is, but we know that this is a vehicle, and it's the same vehicle throughout the night into the morning.
You know, from a defense perspective, Aaron, one thing we've heard Tony Cotton do over and over again is sort of raise the questions about whether or not the investigation was as thorough as it should have been. And I think one of the biggest points he seemed to score on that this morning was when he's talking to Rachel Smith, who was still on the stand from yesterday, and talking about video she retrieved as part of the video canvas. He asks about her experience. She says she's only been a detective for 4 years, that she was promoted during the pandemic. And he asks, you got this video from April 1st, which was the day she disappeared, or the day of the date, and into April 2nd. Well, he wasn't arrested until April 4th, so why didn't you get the video from April 3rd and 4th when it was still there? And she says, well, we weren't really looking at that at the time. And he says, okay, so should you have gotten that video? I mean, it's lost forever now. And she says, yeah, it would have been helpful. He essentially says, it seems to suggest she missed something there. But then he also asks about height detection. Like, are you a video forensics expert? Did you ask the FBI to do a height analysis? And she says, I was not aware they could do that. I think that's something he seems to be seizing upon is, was there some inexperience, were there some opportunities missed, and was that maybe sloppy on the part of investigators?
And that is what absolutely came across during that cross-examination when Anthony Cotton was talking to her. And, she stumbled even about how long she's been in her position. And then from there, it seems almost like he capitalized on the what he would see maybe as an experience, especially when it comes to the crime lab, her not really understanding what to do when it's submitting video for the crime lab. What also stands out about this is drawing conclusions about the silhouettes. We've been talking about silhouettes for some times, and he had her looking at the window. We've been talking about this window for a while because we know a neighbor's surveillance camera was able to capture the second floor of Maxwell Anderson's home where he lived, and he was basically saying that, it's possible that drawing conclusions of actual silhouettes was the case in this situation because there are at least 4 plants that are hanging in the window. There's also dogs that were inside of the house too. And she's saying correct, yes, she's confirming this. And then he talks about that the quality of video is poor as well. And that some video has also been lost to time. What also stands out in that questioning when he's cross-examining, I'm looking at my notes right now, Brian, as I look down. You can't say Maxwell Anderson drove that car. Okay, that's what she's saying too. So there's just a lot of kind of punching holes in her testimony this late morning after Rachel Smith took the stand for a second day. Anthony Cotton really jumping on her inexperience with video and then also the silhouette inside of the home, Brian.
Do you ever remember the Will Smith movie many years ago called Enemy of the State? I don't know if you
I don't
recall.
think I've seen that one.
Okay, so what I recall about that is that it's the national security, and NSA is tracking his movements everywhere. And at the time, I think it was still sort of futuristic. Every time he swipes his credit card, everywhere he goes, there's a camera on him following in all places. And we literally have an example here where there's a camera almost everywhere this vehicle goes. But what's interesting is our expectations have now gotten to the point where when there's a gap in that, when there's a time frame that we don't see something, the defense goes, well, how can you prove it? Because you don't have video of everything. But it's remarkable how much video evidence there is in this case. I don't think I've ever seen anything like it before. Have you?
Yeah. I have not. This is remarkable because we see, Milwaukee police detectives, sheriff's deputies, local authorities, everyone it seemed like they saturated the area. Everyone had a task. Everyone had a task to find video from a certain time period. I saw a detective actually almost perk up in a way in the courtroom when he was supposed to focus on the Cudahy area, I believe, not far from the hospital. And he says, you know, we didn't have any homes. No homes in this area had surveillance video. We did go to a guy later, but he wasn't home, something like that. We noticed home surveillance video, but the guy wasn't home. But, and this is when he perked up, there was a hospital in this area on South Lake Drive. And I almost, it wasn't excitement, but for me it showed that they were tasked and they did everything they could to find surveillance video, and they found it, and they looked for that vehicle. And they found it, and these deputies were taking the stand, and they knew the exact time period, and it just proved that there was so much video being captured, even though that there are these black holes, if we want to call it. There is a lot of video being captured. I do want to maybe show a moment of levity. It's hard to call it that during this homicide homicide trial, where there's so much gruesome evidence being shown. But there's this home in Milwaukee. If you're a reporter, a photographer, you probably know, Bill Misson was next to me. We have another reporter from another station next to me. They've driven past it in Milwaukee. This home has a ton of lawn ornaments on there. It's almost a little wacky. But to protect these lawn ornaments, the homeowner has surveillance video. So when we're in Cudahy, St. Francis area, this homeowner has he submitted it to police. That became evidence. You got to realize these jurors are also familiar with the Milwaukee area. So I did see at least 2 female jurors sort of smiling when they saw this evidence being shown of with these lawn ornaments, this wild display on a front lawn, because I'm sure that they're also familiar with that home too. So because that homeowner wanted to protect all his lawn ornaments, he has surveillance video of what prosecutors say is Maxwell Anderson driving Sade Robinson's car April 2nd.
All right, last thing I want to ask you about before I let you go, because we've had you here for a long time, but there was a moment right before lunch that I thought was pretty remarkable for what the jury heard, and I don't think, we know that Anthony Cotton has been pretty aggressive on cross-examination, especially about calling out what he thinks was lost evidence or maybe sloppy police work. And after they detailed the car going by Sade Robinson's apartment, he raises the question, well, how did he even know where she lives? I mean, there's no evidence that he knew. They were on a first date. And Detective Donner says, well, you're right, we don't know for sure. At least I don't have evidence of that. The state comes in then and says on redirect, okay, but they were together all night. She might have told him. She says, yeah, that's true. She might have told him. So Anthony comes back and he says, but you don't know that she told him. So how do we know that? And she responds, you're right, I don't know, because she's dead and I can't ask her. And I have to feel like at that moment, all of the aggressiveness from Tony Cotton went in reverse right there. That was one moment where maybe he pushed a step too far. I don't know. What do you think?
Well, Brian, it was like I was at a tennis match, right? My head's going this way, that way, this way, that way, that way, because there was the state, then there was Detective Joanne Donner, and then there was Anthony Cotton, all kind of talking over each other. And you could tell that he was really trying to be aggressive in that moment. So that's what, she's stepping in. How often do you see someone on the stand stepping in? Usually the state would have stepped in, but she's stepping in and speaking for herself too. Important to note that you're talking about this too, because as I was walking, out of the safety building, coming here to my live shot, I was talking to 3 other people who were in the courthouse during that testimony, and they said that was the best moment of the day. These 3 people were in the gallery, said that was the best moment of the day.
Yeah, it was the best moment of the day, because once again, it shows how the defense is dumb. You pushing and you asking questions you don't know the answer to, right? So if you asking a question you don't know the answer to, as a defense attorney, you dumb as fuck. You shouldn't be defending anybody. You should know every question you ask, where it's gonna lead to, what the person possibly can say. And he didn't know she was gonna say that, and it was a bad look.
When I asked them what the entire day was like, they called the video that we saw earlier, just how things were going a little bit slower but fast moving at some points, but that was the best moment of the day for them, Brian.
Well, Aaron Maben, thank you so much for all of the time you spent with us here today, live outside the Milwaukee County Safety Building. We'll see if we have a chance to check with you again during this lunch break, but we'll let you get back to some other things that you've got to work on. So appreciate your time. All right, Aaron Maben outside the Milwaukee County Safety Building. We're going to check back in and see where we are. Obviously, I want you to see the clock on the wall. It is 12:22. Well, that's what it says on that clock. I see 12:20 p.m. here on our end. It is lunch break on day 7 of Maxwell Anderson trial. This is the trial of the death and dismemberment of Sade Robinson. They will be out. Typically, they're out until about 1:45 or 1:50. I didn't hear what the judge said before, if they were returning at 1:45 again today. Delaney, you can tell me in my ear if you heard that, but I didn't happen to catch it. She did say 1:30 today, although she said 1:30 earlier this week, and I think they still didn't come back till 1:45. So we'll see what happens, but I think we're going to have it here for a while. I'm going to take a break. When we come back, we'll talk a little bit more about some of that tracing of the route. Again, for those of you who are just joining us, I want to walk you through.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
And Fox 6 investigator Brian Polson here at the Wisconsin Live Desk. You can see the clock on the wall, the camera shot there inside room 620 of the Milwaukee County Safety Building. That indicates they are in recess. It is the lunch recess on day 7 of the Maxwell Anderson trial. That is the trial where he is charged in the death and dismemberment of 19-year-old Sade Robinson in April of 2024. It is the 6th day of testimony, 7th day of the overall trial, and we have now heard from 75 state witnesses already, and they don't seem to be slowing down anytime soon. This is the most, by the way, the most witnesses we've heard from in any single morning or afternoon session of the entire trial. 13 witnesses today, every one of them a detective or deputy from the Milwaukee Police Department or the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office, excuse me. The detectives today were all talking about the movements of the 2020 Honda Civic in the hours after Maxwell Anderson and Sade Robinson were allegedly at his house. So they came back from Twisted Fisherman and Dukes on Water to his house at around 9 o'clock at night. 12:45 in the morning, prosecutors say they leave, and then they start to sort of trace them around the city. They're following both digital evidence, which is from the GPS, the Life 360 from Sade Robinson's phone, but matching it up with video of the car, video surveillance of the vehicle moving all throughout the city of Milwaukee. It starts at Maxwell Anderson's home. They trace that all the way. They trace it, I believe it's to Forest Home, and then eventually to 35th Street, 35th, all the way up to I-94. Gets on I-94 from 35th and goes east, then gets off downtown, goes into the Lower East Side past Sade Robinson's apartment, then up into the River West area, all the way to Capitol Drive, comes west on Capitol Drive, goes quite a way, all the way out to Fond du Lac Avenue, and then circles back after a U-turn back on Capitol Drive to the Interstate, comes down south. From there, they go west on I-94 for a ways and then circle back again, they or he or whoever is in there. Back east on 94, and then finally to the south where they end up, or where the vehicle ends up, getting off at College Avenue, just on the south edge of Mitchell International Airport, and eventually over into Cudahy and to Warnimont Park, where the vehicle then drives down that service road where Sade Robinson's leg was eventually found. So that's really what this morning was tracing those movements and getting an idea what happened between the time that the vehicle left Maxwell Anderson's house and the time that it was found on fire on the north side of Milwaukee the next morning. There's obviously much more to come this afternoon, and more we still haven't heard about. We still have not gotten the results of those DNA swabs on the hoodie that was found yesterday. That is Maxwell Anderson's hoodie. We also haven't seen the photographs from Maxwell Anderson's phone, one of which shows, according to prosecutor Sade Robinson, on his living room couch. Those are things we still expect to hear. Not sure how long it's going to take to get there. Again, today was all detailed movements through the courthouse or through the city. And then one pretty interesting exchange we're going to talk about in a little bit once again that happened right before the lunch break that had everyone in the gallery talking about it, according to Aaron Mabin, on the way out of the courthouse. We're going to tell you more about that moment, what was said, how it got there, a tennis match right before the noon break. We are going to take a break here in just a moment, and we'll step away, and then we'll be right back to carry you up to the end of the lunch break. We'll step away right now and be back in a moment. Investigator Brian Polson back here at the Wisconsin Live Desk. It is 12:30 on June 4th. It is Wednesday morning, and it is day 7. Wednesday morning. It's Wednesday afternoon, day 7 of the Maxwell Anderson trial, day 6 of testimony. Anderson, of course, the man charged with the death and dismemberment of 19-year-old Sade Robinson in April of 2024. Today has been the speediest day in terms of getting through witnesses. 13 witnesses were whisked on and off the stand this morning, all detectives and one deputy from both the Milwaukee Police Department and the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office. Today was really all about tracking the vehicle, tracking Sade Robinson's car, that 2020 Honda Civic, from the time it left Maxwell Anderson's home, according to prosecutors, at 12:45 in the morning on April 2nd until 4:08-ish, I think, something like that, when it's 4 o'clock in the morning when the phone signal was ultimately lost. It was actually I don't have the exact time, a little bit after 4:40 a.m. Okay, 4:40 a.m. where the last record of that phone was at I-794 and Howard Avenue on the south side, not terribly far from Warnimont Park, where her leg was ultimately found about 12 hours later. Those detectives that were on the stand today, one each, they would talk about one particular camera that was recovered. There was a massive video canvas effort here to find videos in the days after the discovery of that leg and after the arrest of Maxwell Anderson, particularly after the discovery of that Life 360 GPS data that shows those movements. That really is the foundation underlying of much of this case. And they started again at 12:45 when there's video showing two flashing lights in the alleyway or in the area next to Maxwell Anderson's house, behind the fence, just on its way to the alleyway. Somewhere back there's a vehicle with two lights that flash. Prosecutors say that's consistent with Sade Robinson's key fob being used to open or unlock the car. From that point, the vehicle travels to down Euclid west, up 43rd Street to Forest Home, and then northeast on Forest Home to 35th Street, all the way up to I-94. From there, they follow the traveling of that vehicle to the east, and it then goes downtown, gets off at McKinley, at I-43 and McKinley Avenue. There is a license plate reading camera at that location that identifies specifically that it is Sade Robinson's vehicle, not one that just looks like it, but Sade Robinson's vehicle that's passing by. That vehicle then goes into the Lower East Side up Commerce Street along the river, where it passes Sade Robinson's apartment building, Brewers Point Apartments, which is right next to Lakefront Brewery. The vehicle continues past the apartment complex and goes up north into the River West area, eventually all the way up to Capitol Drive. Then the vehicle proceeds west on Capitol Drive, all the way to across the interstate to 27th and Capitol, and then it loops back around going east on Capitol once again. Driving down from Capitol Drive, getting back on the interstate at I-43 and Capitol, and driving down south to 94. At that point, the vehicle goes back west. It's not clear whoever's driving, where they're going, what their objective is. But now it goes west on I-94, like it's going back toward or past the stadium, the baseball stadium, American Family Field, going that direction, and then once again loops back around to the east. Now it comes east on 94 and hits I-43. 94 again and goes south. Now we're going toward the airport. If you know Milwaukee, you know the interstates, you know that it can go south from there to Mitchell International Airport. The vehicle then next exits at College Avenue, which is one of the exits you would take to go to Mitchell Airport. It goes that direction. It goes east on College, but continues all the way past toward the lakefront, and eventually jogs a little bit north into Cudahy and goes down a service road. That's the service road that leads to the pump house, which is along the lakefront where Sade Robinson's leg was ultimately found. After that time, the vehicle leaves the service road and it starts to go north, and shortly after that, it's not long after that, about 8 minutes later, the signal goes dead. It is not until 5:19, about another hour, well, another 40 minutes after that Sade Robinson's car is picked up on video cameras on the north side of Milwaukee. We saw that in one of the early days of the trial as the car is circling around the north side of Milwaukee, and eventually the car is parked in behind an abandoned business along 29th and Lisbon, in that area, right along Lisbon Avenue behind this business, and ends up engulfed in flames. Milwaukee firefighters are called out to put out those flames. They determine it's arson, it's been intentionally set, and a review of video surveillance in the area, including, what I still think is remarkable, a Milwaukee County Transit bus that just happens to be passing by. That's the photo. It gets this shot. We've talked about it before, but I'll keep pointing out that little flicker in the far right corner, that little bit of orange, is the start of the fire that will soon engulf Sade Robinson's car. And right where the mouse is on that white building, just below it, you can see a person who looks like they're carrying a backpack walking the opposite way toward the road. We see in the next image that person is a little more clear. It is someone with dark clothing and a tan backpack. You can tell this is a reverse shot from a camera on that same Milwaukee County Transit bus. That individual is traced through other videos and still photos all the way across to a bus stop at 35th and Lisbon. There he is, police say, on the left side of the two people standing there, and then boarding a bus at 35th and Lisbon. And prosecutors say that is, in their view, clearly Maxwell Anderson. They follow him on the bus all the way back down to his neighborhood, and there are shots of him getting off the bus and walking with that tan backpack or camouflage backpack, whatever that is, walking back. Also, by the way, the hoodie that he's wearing is significant. Takes that all the way back to his home, and he's seen entering the home, or that's him in the neighborhood, and then soon thereafter entering the home at, I think 4, or what did I say that was? No, that was at 8:42 a.m. We also know, by the way, that after he gets home at 8:42 a.m. on April 2nd, the day after his date with Sade Robinson, within a couple of hours, he's back out, he's left, and he has gone to Dugout 54, which is a bar in Milwaukee that is near the baseball stadium. And it just so happens that April 2nd was opening day for the Milwaukee Brewers, and he was there for a shift. That's a pretty big deal for a bar near the baseball stadium opening day. He showed up for his shift, according to the owner of that place. Showed up for his regular shift that day. After that, we don't really know much of what happens between April 2nd and April 4th. We do know that on April 4th is when police arrest Maxwell Anderson. So that's pretty much gets you up to speed on what we have learned today. There were some pretty remarkable moments, a lot of it not so much. I mean, really, yesterday afternoon was, how do I put this? Julius Kim, who we've had on doing analysis, says it was maybe the slowest sequence in the trial. And he feels that the prosecution may have lost the jury a bit. It was very intricate presentation of some dark, grainy nighttime video and looking for just little flickers of light and trying to extract, what does that flicker of light mean? What does that shadow mean? What does that movement mean? And that went on for quite a long time, and we heard from people in the gallery who were just kind of fatigued by it, that it seemed like it was a really slow and methodical process. It may very well be key evidence, but it was not all that engaging for the members of the gallery, and we can only imagine how the jurors may have felt. Today was similar because it was, again, a lot of technical presentation of video. What's that in this frame? What's that in that frame? What's the time that happened? But then something happened right toward the end of the morning session that seemed to grab a lot of people's attention. We heard from Aaron Mabin, who we'll hear from again here in just a little bit. But he said as he was leaving the courthouse for the lunch break and coming out to talk to us, he talked to 3 different people who pointed out the same moment and said it was the best moment of the day in their view. And this was it. Joanne Donner, a detective in the Milwaukee Police Department who's made probably 5 appearances now on the witness stand. That's her right there. She's on the stand talking about this video evidence. And one of the things that we see as she traces the route on a map all throughout the city, where did they go? We know the vehicle goes directly from Maxwell Anderson's house to Sade Robinson's apartment and passes the apartment. And what's not clear is, well, why did the vehicle go there? If it is Maxwell Anderson driving, that's the vehicle going past her apartment complex, Brewers Point Apartments, right next to Lakefront Brewery on Commerce Street. That says, by the way, 11:06 p.m. up in the corner you see there. The detectives say that was off by 2 hours. It is in fact 1:06 in the morning when that vehicle goes past Sade Robinson's apartment. Well, the defense attorney, Tony Cotton, here in this case, on cross-examination of Detective Donner, says, well, they were on a first date. How would he even know where she lives? Do we have any information that he knows where she lived? And Detective Donner's response was, well, we don't have any evidence for certain that he knew. On redirect, the prosecutor, Ian Vance Curzan, asks, okay, but they were on a date the whole night. They were talking for hours at the bar. She certainly could have told him where she lives, right? And she said, well, yeah, that's also true. She could have. So Tony Cotton jumps back in on a recross and says, but we don't have any evidence that he did tell her, right? I mean, we don't know what Sade Robinson said. And Detective Donner responded to that by saying, you're right, we don't, because she's dead and I can't ask her. That seemed to be the moment that resonated with members of the gallery. It's something that Aaron Mabin said stood out to him. I bolded it in my notes, so it stood out to me. You have to imagine that it's something the jurors noticed, I would guess, and we'll talk to Julius Kim in a little bit. I'm curious to know, as a criminal defense attorney, how he would feel about that moment. It still does establish what Tony Cotton's trying to point out, which is there's no proof he actually even knew where she lived, so why would he be driving by the apartment if it's him? Maybe it's somebody else. That's what he's trying to get at. But that moment, I can't ask her because she's dead. Probably not the line he wanted the jury to hear, and he certainly served that one up to Detective Donner to be able to say that. So we'll ask Julius Kim about that in a little while. Now, Tony Cotton didn't have a bad morning all along. He had some other points where he seemed to potentially poke some holes in the prosecution or in investigators, what he would determine as maybe not the most thorough of investigation. I think he said that they could have been more thorough. There's one witness in particular, it was the first one of the day. He was talking to Rachel Smith, a detective who was on the stand at the end of yesterday, and she came back on today. Detective Smith is a Milwaukee police detective, and they was talking to her about the video canvas that was done in and around Maxwell Anderson's house and these videos that were taken all over the city. I think she's the one who got that video from across the street, from a neighbor who lived across from Maxwell Anderson. That nighttime video that seems to indicate there was some movement in the house around the time investigators believe the two of them were both there. And Tony Cotton asks her, well, what's your experience with, are you a video surveillance expert? And she says, well, no, it's have you been specially trained on analyzing video? No, she hasn't. How long were you a detective? She says, I've been a detective for 4 years. I was promoted during the pandemic. And he asks about the video she obtained from that house because she got video for April 1st into April 2nd, the night in question. But Maxwell Anderson wasn't arrested until April 4th, so he asks, did you get video for April 3rd and April 4th? Why not get video for those days too? And she says, well, because at the time we were focused on that specific time frame. That's why I got that video. Well, By the time they might have determined that it would have been helpful to know what happened between April 1st and April 4th, or April 2nd, April 4th, that video was gone and it had been overwritten. So he asks, why didn't you get the rest of this, suggesting that maybe that was a missed opportunity. All right, one other thing he points out in that exchange is that there was some interpretation being made by Detective Smith about the height of an individual, or there was a question asked about the height of an individual in the video, and could she tell if they were as tall as the fence or something like that, and she couldn't really answer that clearly. Tony Cotton asks, were you aware that the FBI, who was assisting in this investigation, were you aware that they do forensic video analysis and they can in fact do height analysis? And she says, I was not aware they could do that. Cotton seemed to seize on that, saying, well, you didn't even know, you didn't ask, you didn't try. So between that, and I think there was one other moment with Detective Donner later where he asked why she hadn't gotten more video from a certain area, and she said, in hindsight, it slipped her mind to have done that. That part slipped my mind, and he repeated, that slipped your mind, huh? So the defense seems to be sort of trying to poke holes in just how thorough the investigation was, but after all these videos that have been shown, I don't know how convincing that'll be to a jury that probably thinks this looks like an awfully thorough investigation in terms of the number of video clips, surveillance videos, digital tracking, that sort of thing. We don't know because we can't be in the mind of the jury. What we do know is that we have Fox 6's Aaron Mabin who's standing by. We're going to go talk to him right after we take this break here from the Wisconsin Live Desk. And I am Fox 6 investigator Brian Polson here at the Wisconsin Live Desk, day 7 of the Maxwell Anderson trial, day 6 of testimony. It is Wednesday, June 4th, and we're in the lunch recess, probably a little under an hour to go. They said today they're going to come back at 1:30. I'll believe it when I see it. It's been 1:45 just about, or later, just about every day. But nonetheless, during that time, we'll be here giving you some updates, some summaries, some analysis of what we've seen so far, and look ahead to what may still be coming. And I'm going to bring in Fox 6's Aaron Mabin once again, who is live outside the Milwaukee County Safety Building. And Aaron, I know that you were in there this morning. You've been in listening to testimony throughout the week, but you're outside now. What are you seeing around you? Have you seen any family members talking outside? Have you seen any supporters coming? What are we seeing?
So when we were leaving closer to noon, I did see the father of Sade Robinson walking out of the safety building and then going down close to the police administration building. I was talking to our producer Delaney a little bit ago. I'm hoping to get an interview with someone who's been in the gallery, maybe to talk about what they're feeling, what they've been taking away from the trial so far today. But Brian, it's just kind of been a sleepy day outside the courthouse. So I don't know if you've noticed this, but I've kind of been scanning throughout as you've been giving a rundown of things, hoping to pull someone aside to maybe talk about how they're feeling, what the pulse is, because it's one thing for me to be reporting what I'm seeing, but it's also good to just talk to people who have been inside the courtroom, what they're taking away from this testimony too. Have not seen it yet, but it's still 12:48. We have until 1:30. Maybe we'll see someone maybe leaving a lunch spot or something, walking into the safety building doors. I did see Sade Robinson's father walking out. I do want to know, we have not seen Sade Robinson's mother inside of the courtroom today. Someone did come up to me earlier who has been in the courtroom for much of, basically since day 1 of the testimony. She did say that she believes that Sade Robinson's mother was not feeling well today, or at least this morning. I have not talked to her directly. I cannot confirm that. But again, Sade Robinson's mother has not been in the courtroom. Neither has the family attorney who's working with the estate of Sade Robinson. She has not been in the courtroom at all today either. It's interesting that I bring her up because the last testimony we heard, the last person to take the stand was someone who took the DNA of Sheena Scarborough, Sade Robinson's mother, before we took that lunch break. So, it's just another part of the story that she's being mentioned inside the courtroom today, but we do not know if she'll maybe take the stand later on today, later on at all, because she is on that witness list of more than 200 people. So just an interesting dynamic inside the courtroom today. We're not seeing her, but she is mentioned, and there is a possibility that she could take the stand at some point throughout this trial, Brian.
You know, I'm thinking about all the things we still have yet to hear. Like, what have we heard and what might we still have yet to hear? The fact that we heard someone who took the DNA swabs of Sade Robinson's mother is one thing. We haven't heard what the results were and why they're relevant to the case for jurors to hear. We also heard the person who took the DNA swabs from that hoodie that was recovered that prosecutors say belongs to Maxwell Anderson, the one he was wearing in those videos on the bus and leaving the scene of the car fire. We haven't heard the results of that, so we're still going to hear. I imagine we're going to be hearing from some crime lab analysts coming up, but we've got that. We've got the pictures from the phone. We've got other. There seems to be more to come, and you kind of wonder how much further we have to go. But at the pace of some of this, it could still go a while.
You know, earlier when we walked in, it may have been Friday, Monday morning, we thought that we could be getting closer to the state maybe wrapping up its case. But as you go through everything and we sit in the courtroom and we just hear the crime lab just being mentioned so many times today, Brian, from the backyard to the video to the height of the fence. I mean, that is someone who, multiple people, someone who's going to take up a lot of time, it seems like, because the height of the fence is what it looks like they're going to be touching on. The surveillance video was grainy at some point. It seems like the crime lab had to maybe bump up the the surveillance video, making it easier for detectives to see that vehicle. So I'm wondering if that's going to be coming into play too. And then the DNA, when we get into DNA, I've sat in through so many different trials. When you get into DNA, that just becomes so technical, and that is something that isn't rushed because you don't want to lose the jury. When you get to swabs and DNAs, you just don't want to lose the jury when it comes to the technical stuff. So it's interesting. When we were in the courtroom earlier this week, we thought the state could be making its case sooner rather than later, but there's still so much that could come up, Ryan.
So I am looking through my list of 75 witnesses that I've logged so far in this trial. There is only one that I listed as a crime lab analyst, and that was Megan McMahon back on the second day of testimony, day 3 of the trial. She was brought in to talk about this medium petroleum distillate that was discovered in the car, which they said was consistent with something like lighter fluid. So that was how they came to the determination that the car was set on fire, that it was arson, that there was an open flame applied to this lighter fluid-like substance, and that's what did it. That's the only crime lab analyst we've heard from so far. I've got to suspect we're going to hear from more, especially when we've heard a couple of people testify about taking swabs.
And we've also seen, a number of detectives taking the stand once again, Joanne Donner being one of them. Once again, taking the stand multiple times. It's possible that she could also be taking the stands once again a little bit later during this trial. They may reuse her and just reintroduce her once again.
Yeah, I was looking at that too. Joanne Donner has been, if my logging is right, she's been on the stand 5 times, which is more than anybody else. So she's definitely a regular here on this. We talked about the kind of testimony. You talk about DNA that it could be really technical, and we've seen so much of this video evidence. Are you able to see in the jurors' faces at times if they look like maybe they're getting a little bit bored, or they're getting kind of like, okay, we get the point here? I mean, do you ever see that at any point as you're watching?
The first break, they needed that first break, because when the judge today said, who needs it? I mean, we had people putting their hands up right away. They needed that first break, but
it's a wet day. It's not clear if there's something else going on inside that car that caused the windows to be so fogged up, but you can never see inside as to who is driving. You can tell there that it's just not possible to tell who's behind the wheel. That is Robinson's car in one of those surveillance snapshots.
I could tell you what that's from, how the windows is fogged up like that. They fogged up like that, one, because it's raining outside, and he don't know how to operate to defrost. That's exactly what that is. I've been through that. Your car will fog up, and if you don't know which defrost button to put on, that's just not going to clear up. So clearly someone's driving that car who's never driven that car before and don't know what the fuck to do, unless he want the windows fogged up like that.
Probably one of the more helpful moments in terms of trying to follow all of this was when Detective Donner started drawing maps. And this is one of those maps. So if you are familiar with Milwaukee, you might be familiar with these interstates and what you're seeing right there. But the line that goes, the double line that goes east-west, she used a red Sharpie here. That east-west line there, that's I-94. And then it curls around, I-94 curls around south, becomes 9441 going south. And then the little loop that goes to the north, that's I-43 going in toward downtown Milwaukee. Now, if you go west, all the way off the page to the left, Maxwell Anderson's house was over that way, a little bit to the south, so a little bit down and to the left. And they track.
Anderson.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you had a lovely lunch. We are still on the state's case in chief. State, no idea what that was. State, are you prepared to call your next?
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Fox 6 investigator Brian Polson back here. It looks like court is back in session. Let's take you out to the safety building now.
Given this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you can please be seated, seat, and spell your name for the record.
It is George Reinerth, R-I-E-N-E-R-T-H.
How are you employed?
I'm currently a special agent with the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
How long have you been with the Federal Bureau of Investigation?
Approximately 10 and a half years.
What's your current assignment?
I am a special agent based here in Milwaukee.
CAST.
CAST stands for the Cellular Analysis Survey Team. It's a group of approximately 100 special agents and task force officers within the FBI that have received extensive and continued training and experience in analyzing cell phone cellular records, as well as other location records.
And how do you become a member of CAST?
For me, it was approximately three and a half years. It's multiple internal and external courses, teachings from both academia, including the Florida Institute of Technology, as well as instruction from the cell phone providers themselves.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
So for example, Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile, and then US Cellular here in Wisconsin.
Have you done something called cell site analysis in the past?
I do it on a daily basis.
Can you tell the jury what the cell site analysis is?
Yes, cell site analysis are taking records that are generated from your cell phone as it interacts with the network. All those interactions are recorded by the provider and then able to be analyzed. And they include information such as dates, times, numbers, and locations of where that device is. So when locations throughout the US, Wisconsin, wherever it may be, and then it's visually depicting that on a map at a time or around a period of time.
Have you used in the past historical records to locate fugitives or missing persons?
I have.
And
Just a minute, we're going to address this noise so it doesn't distract people.
this one is off, so.
I think it's the hearing device out in the gallery is where
This
I
is
think
off.
it's coming from. There's an amplifier in the gallery. Yeah? Okay, please continue. Sorry for that.
All right. Have you given trainings in historical cell site analysis before?
I have, and I am an adjunct faculty member in this field within the FBI.
And have you been qualified and testified as an expert in this field before, the field of cell site analysis?
I have.
How many times?
Just over 50 times across approximately 7 states and 22 different state and federal courts.
All right. Related to the historical cell site analysis, can you just discuss with the jury or explain to the jury how a cell phone works and communicates with the cellular network?
Yes, your cell phone is basically a modern day two-way radio. So as you, for example, want to call your sister in California, and we're here in Milwaukee, you dial those numbers on your phone connects with a cellular tower, and that cellular tower facilitates that call. That information is all recorded. So it would be the number for your sister, it would be the date, time that occurred, and then the cell tower and the side of the cell tower that actually facilitated that interaction so you could talk to your sister.
And what records are maintained and then subsequently can be provided to you related to that activity.
So just sticking with that specific activity, it would be the date, the time, the number you dialed, the unique identifier for that cell tower. Every cell tower across the providers each has their own unique number, and then the side of that tower that was used.
And are you able to tell who is exactly using the phone based on those records when a voice or a text message is done? Voice call or text message?
I cannot.
Okay. Are you able to provide an exact location based on your analysis with just the data that's provided to you?
I cannot.
Why do phone companies keep the records that you've explained that you're analyzing?
For the main purpose of billing as well as managing and optimizing their network.
I want to talk about timing advance and data records. Are there records kept by the phone companies that may show an approximate phone's location without necessarily a voice call or a text message happening?
There are.
What are those records called?
So they can be called timing advance, or there's also data session records or data records from the cell phone companies.
The data records, are you able to, from the records alone, able to see what is actually being done on the device, such as what website is being viewed or social media app loaded? Are you able to tell that from those records?
I cannot, and just to explain a little bit, so when I talked about calling your sister, as your phone would just be sitting on your desk or sitting at home or work, wherever you may be, there's all the apps and everything else that's going on in your phone in the background, just talking to the network, that's captured on the data side of the records. So it's not necessarily user-generated activity, but things that could be going on in the background. But even with that, I still can't say from the records what's actually being done, what apps are visited or anything like that.
So does a user actually have to be doing something on the phone and able to generate a data record?
They do not.
My phone could, like you said, just be sitting on the desk and data records could be generating without even me touching the phone?
Yes.
Okay. With those data records, do you still get time and tower information?
You do. So you're still going to get a date, time, and that unique tower identifier inside of the tower that was used for that.
So in other words, you're able to get that information even if a phone is not being used?
Correct.
Okay. I want to move on to timing advanced records. Can you tell the jury what those records are and the information that it contains?
Yes. So timing advance, the main reason time advance exists is to synchronize and align your phone with the network. As you can imagine, there's a lot of people that have cell phones out there, and everyone's trying to talk to the tower at the same time. Everyone needs to have their individual time slot when they communicate, and that's what timing advance does. It adds one additional piece that the cell phone, for example, when you call your sister, that's not in there, and that provides the distance from the tower your phone is located at that time. So again, not necessarily any user interaction as your phone's just sitting here, but you're getting the date, the time, the tower, the side of the tower, and then the distance that phone is at that time.
How is the distance measurement obtained by the phone companies?
So it's similar to a radar gun. So it's a signal that's sent out from the tower and back. And based off the time that signal takes, a distance is able to be calculated.
Does every cell phone provider call it timing advanced, or are there variances?
There's different names. For example, Verizon calls it RTT, but they're still providing that tower, that time, that sector, and that distance.
So same information regards to distance of the device from the tower.
That is correct.
But again, not able to say exactly where the phone is.
So it will refine the location because, well, just a voice record is going to give me that tower and sector. And with that, I can just identify you're in this area in this general geographic area. However, when we have the distance, it can refine that. For example, let's say we're in an area where towers are spaced really far apart, and I get a distance measurement of a quarter mile from that tower. That drastically refined that area of where that device is because it's that approximate quarter mile from the tower versus a lot larger area.
And just to clarify, when we're talking about this, the person these records, the person who has the phone may not even be using it at all.
Correct. The phone just needs to be powered on and communicating with the network.
Okay. What is the purpose of why timing advance is used in the cellular network?
The main reason is to manage the phone's communication with the tower. So again, that timing and synchronizing that phone with the network.
So is the network trying to make sure everything is operating correctly?
It needs to be operating correctly and at the right time. Because if everybody tried to communicate with that tower at the same time and all these messages and these requests for service hit, for example, you could have a collision and then people aren't going to have the standard of service that they expect.
And what, I guess you're kind of getting into it there, why are the phone companies keeping this information or how do they use it?
So the timing bands they're using a lot for managing, evaluating, and troubleshooting the network. So the engineers may use that to actually dive into an area. Let's say, for example, a customer calls and says, I keep dropping calls. The engineers could go and look at that tower and get more details about what's occurring on that tower to troubleshoot, manage, and improve that area for potential service.
How does the distance from the tower measurement help you when you're forming your opinions?
As I mentioned a little bit before, it's really for the purpose of refining my conclusion as to where that device is. So when we're asked to analyze these records, we're providing the visual depictions of that data to identify where it is, and that distance allows me to refine that conclusion as to where that phone is at that specific time.
So would it be fair to say that you could potentially identify a lot smaller geographic area that the phone could be in based on these records?
That is correct.
Let's go back to looking for, say, a missing person. If you were looking for a missing person or needed to locate someone imminently, would these be the types of records you would want to use?
They would.
And why?
Because it goes to giving me that most specific location of where that phone is. And a lot of times, if a phone might be in the area for a period of time, you don't just have one distance, you get multiple distances that start intersecting. And those intersecting distances, again, further refine that conclusion to potentially take it down to, let's say a half block or even smaller, depending on what you have.
Have you used records like these before this case for that purpose?
I have.
Okay. And were these the kind of records that you primarily used for this case?
Yes, both the timing advance as well as the data records.
So you're talking about cell phone records. We were talking about cell phone records here. Were you provided other location information records?
I was giving location data from a Life 360 account.
So summarize, what all information were you provided before you did your analysis?
I was provided records for a Verizon cellular phone, an AT&T cellular phone, and then a Life 360 account.
I have Exhibit 285 on the screen next to you, and I'm going to show you the hard copy of it. You can page through it if you need to. And just let me know when you're done.
I'm done.
Do you know what 285 is?
It's the number on the front of this slide.
Do you know what is Exhibit 285?
Oh, I'm sorry. It is my report that I created for this case.
Okay. I moved 285 in and asked to publish. I'm going to put it on the TV screen in a digital form.
Any objections?
No.
It's received.
The information that you just discussed that you used for this case, it's on the front screen there, correct? This is just the title page?
It is.
And specifically, you were looking at which phone numbers and from what networks?
So the first is the Verizon cell phone, 414-510-4769. An AT&T cell phone, 262-416-4874. And then the Life 360 account associated with 414-510-4769.
And that was Sade's Life 360, Sade Robinson's Life 360?
That was the name in the return.
Okay. Oh, that was it from the records. It was Sade.
It was from the records.
All right. And you did this report, this final version on November 19th, 24?
Correct, and the right is just an internal case number for this case.
All right. So we've talked about the types of records that you've used. I want to talk about what conclusions that you can draw from these records. Are you able to see if the phone's location information is consistent with being at those areas around the times that you're asked to look at?
Yes, I can.
And can you use the records to get a sense, in a sense, create a timeline to show where a phone went at certain periods of time?
I can.
Or over a period of time, I guess I should say?
Yeah, so over a period of time, can identify if a phone was in a similar area for that time or if there was movement and where that movement was.
And were you able to use this information to determine whether multiple different devices were consistent with being in the same location as one another at certain times?
I was.
Were you able to identify whether the phone records were consistent with the phone being in a single area for an extended period of time?
Yes.
Or moving from one area to the next?
That too.
And while you can't give an exact location of the phone, which you've already testified to, are you able to get information that shows the location consistent with where that phone might be?
Yes. In addition to these phone numbers, I'm given locations as well in dates and times. So I can identify if records are consistent with being in the area of one of those locations that I'm asked to look at.
Again, you can't say who is using the individual devices at these specific times based on the records alone, right?
I cannot.
Okay. I should have probably asked this before, but is it safe to assume that in order for you to even get these records, the individual phone has to be on and functioning at the time?
Yes, the phone needs to be powered on and communicating with the network to generate these records.
Are you able to then determine from these records whether there are times when the phone is not connected to the network?
Yes, based on the data sets that I had here, you can identify when a phone is no longer on the cellular network.
How can that be done using these data?
Both data sets, we've talked about timing advance or the RTT for Verizon. So on the AT&T records, the main way is by looking at the data sessions. Again, as I mentioned, data sessions are always occurring. Your phone is communicating with the network. In those records, if you see the data sessions stop and there are no data sessions open for an extended period of time, that is consistent with the phone no longer on the network. Similarly then to the Verizon phone, on the RTT or the timing advance where we get the distance measurements, when those records stop and are no longer providing distances, that is then consistent with that phone also no longer being on the network. So analyzing the records, going line by line through the thousands of lines of data that are within there and seeing when there is activity and when there is not.
Could the phone going off the network be caused, for example, by the phone's battery dying?
That could cause to go off the network and then it would no longer communicate and generate records.
Because the phone turns off?
Because the phone is powered off, there is no power.
But you are not able from these records to tell the reason why a particular phone goes off the network?
I cannot.
Let's say I drove around Milwaukee all over the place and didn't touch my phone throughout doing so. Would there be, and my phone was on, would there be records from the phone company that you could use to identify the approximate movements of my phone?
Objection, speculation.
I think he's laid that foundation already. You can answer it if you're able.
Yes, there would be records for that.
All right, so we've talked about the call detail records, right? And the data and RTT. Is there any other records? Anything else you need to start your analysis?
And the timing advance, which is similar to RTT. It would just be the dates, times, and locations that I'm requested to analyze.
All right, let's go through the PowerPoint here. First of all, when you completed this PowerPoint, did you have somebody peer review your work?
Yes, all of our reports are peer reviewed by another CAS certified agent. They take the same raw records, they use a different mapping software, and verify that everything is accurately depicted on the maps that I created.
I'm going to go to page 2, and for the record, the pages are down here in the lower left-hand corner. So what are we going through? Let's go through this slide by slide.
Yeah, so it's a lot of words. It's the most words that will be on any slide, but it just summarizes a lot that we already talked about. The first is the numbers that I was given and the information and how I was asked to analyze these records. The second just talks about the methodology. So for the phone records, it's taking those cellular records and mapping that up against a tower list. We didn't mention the tower list, but that's a list of where every tower in the entire US is located. So then mapping that and visually depicting that. The last line on paragraph 2 talks about the Life 360 accounts. Those are mainly latitude and longitude coordinates of locations, and they came with varying accuracy readings between approximately 4.7 and 61.1 meters. So that was the information that was overlaid with the cellular records. 2.1 is those cell site locations that I just referenced, so mapping those up against the phone records. And then 3 is just talking about visually depicting that, or 2 and then 3 are talking about visually depicting that on a map and illustrating that.
Next slide. What do we got?
These are just sample cell towers that you'll see out there in the real world. These aren't ones used for this case, but just to illustrate what they may look like. On the right is a pole that, for example, could be out in a rural area, big metal structure with antennas, and you see the antennas mounted on there. Not everything looks like that. Here in downtown Milwaukee, you may see antennas on top of buildings, inside steeples, any crevice that may be out there, or they could, for example, be hidden in a flagpole or any other structure.
Slide 4.
When I talked about not only the tower, but the side of the tower, the side is referred to as a sector. So every tower generally has 3 sectors or sides. Not every sector or tower is, not every tower is oriented this way, but every sector generally covers 120 degrees. So for example, if this tower was used and you use this tower, sector 1, you'd be using a sector that provided coverage north of that tower. So using that direction that the primary signal is being sent out from that tower helps me identify and draw my conclusions as to where that phone is. As I show this here in terms of 3 sectors, not every tower has 3 sectors. There are antennas that may be called omnidirectional, which means they have one sector that provides 360 degrees of coverage.
Okay. Slide 5. This is about the RTT and timing advance that we discussed.
Yes, this is just illustrating what that's going to look like on the map. So in addition to the tower and the side of the tower, the sector, that distance. So that black dotted line that you see right there, that would be the distance for that record. You then see that arc that is drawn to illustrate that record and that measurement of where the phone was at that time.
Okay, so and then obviously when we're looking at the maps, you're not going to have the image of the tower like you have here, but this sort of pie piece here will come to a point when we're looking at the maps at the location of the actual cell tower itself, correct?
Correct.
This shaded area that I'm circling with my mouse here is not meant in any way to suggest that the phone is within that shaded area, right?
No, that shaded area is just kind of closing out that, referred to as a wedge, just so you can see it on the map and understand kind of where those sector arms are.
The RTT timing advanced information, the distance from the phone from the tower is demonstrated by the arc, is what you're saying.
That is correct.
Let's go to slide 6.
This is just an example of the slide illustrations that you will see. All the records are going to have information about that interaction, which is on the top. So for example, on the left, there'll be information regarding the unique cell number. So in this case, it's 509-061 and 306-753. That one was an omnidirectional tower, which is why you see that 360. And then there's going to be the times of those interactions that are depicted on the map. They will be color-coded. So the AT&T phone is going to be blue, and the Verizon phone will be red. And on the right, for any Life 360 records, it's going to be denoted by a box with a green time. So that's taking the time from the Excel sheet with the coordinates and then displaying that. What that looks like beneath, starting on the left, that's similar to that RTT example you saw on the prior slide, just what it's going to look like. So as counsel had just mentioned about how you're not going to see the tower, that's an image you will see. And then on the right, for a data record, for example, you're just going to see that tower and sector because there is no distance inherently in that data record.
Okay. Slide 7.
This is an overview of the Verizon network throughout the kind of greater Milwaukee area that's shown here. And on the right are all the locations that I was provided when I was asked to do the analysis. So it included the pizza shuttle, which is the purple P, located at 1827 North Farwell Avenue in Milwaukee.
Where I'm circling?
That is correct.
Okay.
The Twisted Fisherman with the yellow and the T, 1200 West Canal Street, also in Milwaukee. Maxwell Anderson's residence with the red R at 3161 South 39th Street in Milwaukee. Duke's on Water with the blue D at 158 East Juneau Avenue in Milwaukee. And then a location of a leg. I was given exact latitude, longitude coordinates, which are pinpointed down there with the orange box.
All of the locations you just discussed are in Milwaukee County, Wisconsin?
They are.
All right. You can continue.
And then just the red dots are just all the different Verizon antennas throughout this area.
A lot more Verizon antennas in the downtown area than, say, over where I'm circling now, right?
Yes. Generally speaking, you're going to have a higher concentration of antennas in the downtown urban environment. And as you get outside from that urban environment into more rural areas, as you kind of see here going down towards St. Francis, or even larger, if you were to drive west towards Waukesha, they're going to be less dense and more spaced out.
Next slide is slide 8.
The exact same location information, but this time for the AT&T network. And those blue dots are the AT&T antennas in this area.
And no additional pin drops, that same locations that we're focused on, right?
Same locations.
All right, let's get into what you mapped out. And again, just to start, at the very top here, we've got Sade's phone is going to be depicted by the red markations on the maps, right?
Yes, by the red arcs or circles, basically,
Okay.
RTT measurements.
Maxwell Anderson's phone is blue,
That is correct.
and it's serviced by AT&T, right?
Correct.
And then the green dots up here, you have it labeled for Sade's Life 360, right?
That is correct.
Okay, let's go through this, and why don't you take it from, I guess, top to bottom.
Yeah, so top to bottom, we just went over that very top line, but all the substantive slides are going to look like this. The phones or the Life 360 account will be noted on top, and then the date, so April 1st, 2024, and the time of 4:55 p.m. through 5:15 p.m., that's the summary of what's displayed beneath. And then based off of looking at those records, we're able to identify what's happening during that time. So in this case, just starting with Sade's phone, the Verizon phone, it starts up in the area of the pizza shuttle at approximately 4:55 p.m., also with a Life 360 record, and has records consistent with travel down towards the area of the Twisted Fisherman, with records moving over here to the right, beginning around approximately 5:05 p.m.
All right, so the green dots here that are kind of in a line, and then they head west, and then it looks like they head south on 6th Street here. Those are the Life 360 points, and what was the, do you recall the accuracy of those again?
They vary between approximately 4.7 and 61.1 meters.
Would you be able to use the microphone, and I'm gonna, the stand-up one, sorry.
Sim.
Yes, and it's a little harder to see, but tell us what the Verizon,
Here's a handheld mic right there. Thank
yeah,
you.
you may have to turn it on. If you could point out the direction of travel for those Life 360 as well as the Verizon records. And just to be clear, before you do that, these black arrows, do you see what I'm talking about?
Yes,
Those are not representative necessarily of the location of the phone, right?
correct. Both the black arrows as well as the circles with numbers are merely to illustrate the sequence and general direction of travel. It's not meant to give you an exact route that the device traveled, just to help orient through the slides and see the sequence and directions. So starting up here in 1, going to 2, 3, 4, the green dots continue west, then south to 5, and then west to 6.
And that would look like the phone was in the area of Twisted Fisherman by what time?
The first record in that area depicted here is approximately 5:05 p.m.
And then what is it? It goes to 5:12 p.m. there as well?
Yes, so from approximately 5:05 through 5:12, consistent with being in the area of the Twisted Fisherman.
And if there had been video of Miss Robinson arriving at Twisted Fisherman shortly after 5 p.m., would these records be consistent? Excuse me, I should rephrase that. If Miss Robinson had gone from Pizza Shuttle to Twisted Fisherman in that time frame, would these records be consistent with that movement of her car?
Yes.
Okay. How about Maxwell Anderson's phone?
We start down here with the blue 1. The first time there is approximately 4:57 p.m. And then going in sequence 1, 2, 1 and 2 are both intersecting. So as before I talked about, you may get intersecting arcs, and you see them intersecting right in the area of the residence here towards the top. So 4:57 and then 3, 4, 5, and 6, arriving in the area of the Twisted Fisherman with the first record here at approximately 5:14 p.m.
And then how about this little box in the corner here?
This is just a zoomed in version of what we have right here, where both the phones and the Life 360 converge in a sense in the center of the slide. So zoomed in, you see the arcs from the timing advance and the RTT, as well as the Life 360 pin or locations that were provided. So 5:05, 52, 5:05, 37, and 5:05, 22. All 3 devices consistent with being in the area of the Twisted Fisherman around that time.
And all 3 consistent with traveling from other locations to the Twisted Fisherman between 4:55 and 5:15.
That is correct.
Let's go to slide 10. Take us through this one.
Still the same 3 accounts at the top, moving forward in time, still on April 1st, 2024, but between approximately 5:15 p.m. and 6:30 p.m. You'll see multiple distances off that tower. You'll see multiple arcs for both the Verizon phone over here. And then there's a Life 360 record at the 6:29 p.m., showing that all 3 of these devices have records consistent with remaining in that area during that time.
If there were video of Sade and Mr. Anderson inside the Twisted Fisherman during the 5:15 to 6:30 p.m. hour, would these records be consistent with those videos?
They would.
Slide 11.
Again, same 3 identifiers, now moving forward in time, where we left off before in the area of the Twisted Fisherman, going in sequence, the first blue record here at approximately 6:30, 6:30:01. Then we have a Life 360 record right there as well. Then the Verizon record, 1, 2, 2, 3, and then 3, 4. Again, starting in the area of Twisted Fisherman, consistent with leaving there and heading towards the area of Dukes on Water.
And if there was video of Sade Robinson's car parking on Water Street across the street from Dukes at about 6:33 p.m., would these records be consistent with that?
They would be.
Now, between 6:30 and 9:05, it looks like both phones arrive in the area of Dukes on Water around what time?
The first record depicted for the Verizon phones around 6:36, the AT&T phone around 6:39, and the Verizon phone has records through approximately 9:04, and the AT&T through 8:56 p.m.
And those last times you talked about, they're remaining in the area of Dukes on Water?
Yeah, they're consistent with remaining in that area during
Okay.
that time.
Let's talk about what happens after 9:05 p.m.
Still same identifiers, still April 1st, 2024, moving forward in time from 9:06 through 9:23 p.m., starting where we left off in the area of Dukes on Water. Both cell phones and the Life 360 have records consistent with traveling away from Dukes on Water to the area consistent with Maxwell Anderson's residence during that time.
Are you able to even tell
But she won't
an
come.
approximate route they took?
Based off the Life 360, you'd be consistent with taking the freeway south and then going west towards the residence and then north.
Okay. So if there were video of Maxwell Anderson and Sade Robinson leaving the Dukes on Water around 9:06 p.m. and driving away towards this freeway, would these records be consistent with those videos?
They would be.
And if there was video of Sade Robinson's car arriving in the area of Maxwell Anderson's residence at 9:21 p.m., would these records be consistent with her phone moving to that same area?
It'd be consistent with arriving in that area around that time.
Okay. After 9:23 p.m., I'm going to move to slide 13. What do we see?
This is still the same three accounts. April 1st, we now go into the second because we'll be past midnight, looking from approximately 9:22 p.m. through 12:47 a.m. The various RTT or timing advance measurements for both phones. As you can see here, another illustration of them intersecting in a similar area. Again, refining my conclusion that they're consistent with being in the immediate area of that residence throughout that time listed here. So we have records ranging from beginning about 9.
I just wonder, like, if he killed her, cut her up, spread her body parts, like, how is he sitting there watching all of this of what he did and how he traveled and what time he was here and what is he watching this like, damn, I'm dumb as fuck. I got caught. I'm set up. Like, I wonder, how does he feel? What's going through his mind? Is he like, damn, man, I'm going to jail for 100 years? Or do he think he beat it? Or in his crazy mind, he didn't do it? I'm just wondering.
22 for both phones and through approximately 12:46 a.m. for both phones on the cellular side.
After 12:47 a.m., what do we see happening?
Starting with down here with
Damn, he still got his gun in the courthouse? I thought they wasn't allowed to walk around with their guns. I don't know. Maybe I'm bugging out. I ain't been to court in a long time.
start with is there a certain phone you want me to start with?
Let's start with the Mr. Anderson's phone.
So we have cell site down here being used. We had a data record handoff at approximately 12:46:14, and then the last data session runs from approximately 1:30:56 through 1:35:58. So at some point between approximately 1:30 and 1:35, that cell site is used by Mr. Anderson's phone, and then after 1:35:58, it is no longer on the cellular network, and that is why you do not see anything else mapped the remainder of this time.
Going off the cellular network there, would that be consistent with, say, had the phone died from battery loss?
If it had no battery, then it couldn't communicate with the cellular network, and these records would be consistent with that.
And just to be very clear, are these data records at the one between 1:46 and 1:30:56? And then I think you said the tower use is between 1:30:56 and 1:35:58. Are those at all, from your viewing of the records, are you able to see whether that's phone use?
It's, again, they're data records, and as I mentioned earlier, I cannot say what's happening during those data records, just that there is a data session open and that phone is communicating with the network during that time.
And again, data sessions can be non-human interaction with the phone.
Correct. I'll refer to it sometimes as passive usage, so not necessarily user activity, just sitting there.
Could you give some examples of that?
So as I mentioned before, your phone may be sitting on your desk. You get an app notification. Maybe you have a Ring home alarm, or you get a news alert, or your Gmail box is populating, or a Facebook, Instagram notification. All that's happening in the background, and you need an open data session for that to occur. So while that's going there, if I looked at anybody's records from here, I couldn't say whether it's Instagram, Facebook, or any of those other things I mentioned, just that your phone's on, communicating with the network, and it's utilizing that cell site around that time.
So if the phone had been left behind but on, would these records be inconsistent with that?
No, they'd be on past what time?
I guess prior to 1:30:56.
Yeah, so as I mentioned here, I can only say that this cell site is used sometime between that 1:30:56 and 1:35:58. After that, there's no more records of that phone on the network. So it is not communicating with the network in one way or another.
And nobody had to be with that phone for it to communicate with the network at that time.
I can't infer any user activity during that time.
All right, let's move to Sade's phone.
This one we do have movement on, and again, numbers giving you the sequence in addition to the Life 360. Starting in the area of Maxwell Anderson's residence around 12:47, 12:48 a.m., consistent with traveling north, east, and then kind of northeast, ending up here where number 12 is, with records between approximately 1:33 a.m. and 1:59 a.m.
Are you able to tell from the...
Yeah, they definitely dragging this out, but this is all good information because they're putting his cell phone with her cell phone, and then she has this thing called Life 360 that allows your family members to track you. So it's putting all of that together. So because the defense is trying to say, oh, you don't know who was driving that car. It could have been anybody driving that car. So this information is putting her cell phone with his cell phone, and from cameras, they showing the route that the car went because, like I said, once they leave his house, he drives all night. So I'm confused on when he cut her up, you know? He must have cut her up instantly when he got to the crib at 9 o'clock, because from 12:47 to the time they find the car burned up, he just was riding around. So he couldn't have been cutting her up in the car, I don't think.
Life 360, an approximate route on what street?
Based off of here, I believe I see...
But then again, he could have been cutting her up inside the car because he burned the car. Like, I don't fucking know.
35th Street, there's a record there, continuing north and then going east.
So if there were video of Sade Robinson's car driving northbound on 35th Street in the 12:50 a.m. hour, would these records be consistent with the movement of the phone? Or excuse me, would these records be consistent with that video?
They would.
We have, I wanted you to look at number 6 here. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, what time would that be about?
Approximately 12:58:48 a.m. for number 6.
If there was an image of Sade's vehicle exiting the freeway at that location around that same time, would these records be consistent with that video?
They would be.
It appears over here, if we move forward 7, 8, and 9, that they're traveling in what direction?
In a northeast then northerly direction.
And number 12, as you're going up into the River West area, what's going on up there?
I'm sorry, I'm going to move to strike the last answer. I heard him say they. I don't know what they means. He asked about a phone.
Do you want to re-ask the question
Sure.
and clarify the answer?
I can do that.
Thank you.
What direction does the phone move after that 12:58
The phone
record?
The phone records are showing movement northeast and then north during that time.
Towards River West?
Yes.
Okay, and then what goes on between about 1:07 and 1?
And then it's funny because the defense is like, oh, he said they. Nigga, it's his cell phone, it's her cell phone, and it's Life 360, and they're all fucking traveling together. Who the fuck else would it be? They, Sade and goddamn Maxwell, you stupid fucking defense attorney. I think he just brings attention to shit he shouldn't bring attention to. It's they, it's them, motherfucker. We know because they're tracking his and her cell phone and her Life 360, and they're all the fucking together. So I would just let that go on. I'm not gonna bring attention to the jury and say, oh yeah, he said they. I don't want him saying they. Okay, well, who the fuck else is it?
59.
There are records both kind of in this lower area, and then we have records up here, number 12, between that 1:33 and 1:59 a.m.
And you have this arrow right here it's very small, but it's there, right?
Yes, it's just to illustrate the arrow that showed east and then north from this area up towards number 12.
At what approximate times is the phone appearing to be in the area that I'm circling here, marked off by numbers 11 and 12?
So 11, the time for number 11 is approximately 1:14 to 1:16, but based off the phone's movement, it goes up towards that area and then has records consistent with moving back south and then north in that time, where the final area is up towards number 12 between approximately 1:33 and 1:59 a.m.
So if there was a video from an address on Dousman right up here by number 12 showing Miss Robinson's car, would these records be consistent with that video?
They'd be consistent with that area, yes.
Slide 15.
Still moving forward in time, we're now on April 2nd, between approximately 2 a.m. and 2:29 a.m. The AT&T phone is not shown here because it is still not on the cellular network. Starting where we left off in the previous slide, records consistent with moving north towards Capitol, west on Capitol, back east in that direction, and then south through here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
So the phone appears to depart the River West area going westbound on Capitol?
It's consistent with that. One of these Life 360s is a 2:06 a.m. We then, approximately 2:06, we have a 2:11 and then 2:17. So out and then back.
And when you were looking at all of these, prior to mapping it all out and everything, were you in communication with Detective Jake Puschnig about the Capitol Drive area?
I was. After reviewing these records, I directed him to look up there around those times for video.
If there were a video of Miss Robinson's vehicle going westbound on Capitol Drive at 2:06 a.m., would these records be consistent with that video?
They would be.
And if there were a video of her car going eastbound on Capitol Drive at 2:16, would these records be consistent with that video?
They would be.
And then after coming back eastbound, are you able to tell from the Life 360 whether the car or the phone appeared to travel consistent with the interstate?
Yes, both the Life 360 as well as the Verizon records. So based off of the latitude, longitude of where it is, you see it on the freeway, but also just looking at the timestamps, approximately 2:22 and then 2:27 down here. So you get from here to here in 5 minutes would be consistent with the freeway.
Okay, based on the speeds, right?
Correct.
So by 2:28 a.m. on April 2nd, we're looking way down here south of downtown Milwaukee in the area consistent with the freeway.
That is correct.
Going to move on to slide 16. What happens after that time?
Continuing where we left off, the first record here at approximately 2:28. The second, third, fourth out here at approximately 2:33.
Actually, I want to pause you. I want to go back. I forgot to ask one thing. When we were talking about going down Capitol, about how far west did it appear that the phone went?
It would be, this arc here was the closest one depicted here, so that'd be consistent with getting towards Fond du Lac.
Okay, Fond du Lac Avenue and Capitol Drive?
That's correct, around that general area.
And then before moving back east?
Correct.
All right, sorry about that. Let's go back to...
No, you're right. He couldn't have chopped her up in the car because he would have had blood on him when he went back. and got on the bus and all of that. So you definitely right about that. It's just strange that he went to the crib from 9:30 to like 12, and then he rode around all night. It's like, where did you chop her up at, and how quick does it take to chop somebody else? I would chop somebody up. I would think chopping somebody up is time consuming. I don't know. I never did it before, but yeah, this is just strange because from 12 o'clock at night, 12:47, all he did was ride around. So it must have instantly went wrong by the time they got to his house. Or was she already fucked up by the time she got to the house? This shit is crazy. I want to see more fucking evidence because it's just crazy, and I hate to say it, it's almost not adding up. I don't fucking know.
Ahead, I should say, to slide 16.
So back where we were here.
But from this long-born evidence, we know their phones and shit was together. We know he was in her car, but when and where is what we don't know yet.
Approximately 2:28, 2, 3, 4 at approximately 2:33. Back to 5. 5 was at approximately 2:35, and then 6, 7. So consistent with travel west, east, south, and then east as we continue 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and then 12, consistent with the area of the location of the lake.
Okay, so there's a Life 360 point over here at 2:32 a.m., right?
Correct.
Does this appear to be as far west as the phone records show that it went?
Yeah, that area would be consistent with where that point is in that northeast thoroughfare.
And then it appears the phone, the records are consistent with the phone moving back east after that?
Correct.
And then what time would those records be consistent with the vehicle exiting at, say, College Avenue?
Now, he had a neighbor also. Neighbor claimed, because he lived upstairs and someone lived downstairs. No one heard no screaming. So she died silently, and then he cut her up. He couldn't have possibly used a chainsaw or nothing. You would think people would hear that shit at 12 at night, or it's 10, 11 at night. So it's just strange on what's going on. And, are we ever going to find out where he cut her up at? I don't know, but I would love to, because this case is just so interesting without all of this bullshit.
Sometime around that 2:38, so we have this 2:38 record. Don't have all the arcs illustrated, or else you would not be able to see clearly what is going on. And then we're here at number 8 at approximately 2:42.
So I'll just stop it right there. And so if there was a video of the vehicle exiting the interstate at College Avenue at 2:38 a.m., would that be consistent with what the records show?
It would be.
If there was a video and then the phone moving eastbound on College Avenue, and if there was a video showing the car over here at St. Luke's South Shore at 2:51 a.m., would that be consistent with what the records show?
It'd be consistent around that time, yes.
And then how about after that?
We then have these multiple arcs and distances off tower number 12, as well as a Life 360 point. So these records consistent with being in the area of the lake location between approximately 2:52 a.m. and 4:30.
Also, see, they showed them over there in the area where they found the leg. So we know he was where the leg was found at between 2:28 a.m. and 4:34. We know that much.
3 a.m. and then a Life 360 record at approximately 3:24 a.m.
Are you able to tell from the Life 360 records whether that is the phone is stationary in that position?
One of the tabs that Life 360 have they have what they call a dwell, which Life 360 says in their glossary is when a phone is at a location for a period of time. So this is the start of a time that includes a dwell period in that area. So
the These three arcs we're seeing here, they're all seemingly intersecting with the orange pin drop that you put in there, correct?
They're in that area, so that first one is intersecting there. The other two are just a little bit past it, but consistent with that general area.
So if the phone were at the location of the orange pin drop from about 2:53 a.m. to 4:34 a.m., would these records be consistent with that?
They would be.
After 4:34, we're going to move on to slide 17. What happens after 4:34 a.m.?
We have records consistent with movement away from the last known location in the area of the lake location. So one, and you see these arcs getting closer and closer to that travel, which is consistent with movement. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and that's 7 at approximately 4:39:36 a.m.
So he was in that area for like an hour and a half. I guess that's what they saying. So did he pull the body out, cut her leg off right there? Because the square box is where they found the leg. So, and he's leaving that area now. So did he bring the body, cut the leg right there, and leave the leg and then left with the rest of the body? I'm fucking confused.
a.m. is the last RTT record for the Verizon phone.
Would these, if there
And then the Verizon phone died, so they no longer have the phone to track.
were video of Sade's car heading northbound away from Warnimont Park on Lake Drive, where my mouse is here, after 4:35 a.m., would these records be consistent with that movement?
They would be.
And then over here on Howard Avenue at 4:38 a.m., would these records be consistent with that movement?
Around that general time, yes.
All right. And then after 4:39:36 a.m., what happens?
There are no more records for that phone, so it's consistent with that phone no longer being on the network.
No more Life 360 records?
No,
No more Verizon records?
no.
If the phone had died, would that be consistent with what you're seeing from the records?
It'd be consistent with that.
And Mr. Anderson's phone during this time period is where or what?
There are no records of that phone on the cellular network at this time.
Slide 18.
This now is only looking at Mr. Anderson's phone for April 2nd between approximately 1:30 a.m.
Right, that's why none of it is adding up. You know, even though movies trick us, it seems like it's hard to cut a body up, but we know from what they showing us from 12:47, by the time he left his crib, to 8 o'clock till he came back, he was riding around. That's all we know, so that's almost 7-8 hours, right? 6 hours and some change. How was he? He was just riding for 6 hours. There's no possibly way that he was cutting up the body in the car. We know that much. We know he was where the leg was found. We know that much. We see from the records he's leaving the area where they found the leg. So he's riding around with the body, the parts, something. You know, he burnt that car up for a reason, so maybe the body parts leaked the blood in the car. He burnt that car up for a reason. So it's just strange. I guess you really have to watch the end of this trial if you want to know what happened. And we probably never know what happened because he's not going to tell us what happened. He's the only one that can tell us what happened.
1:30 a.m. and 9:31 a.m. So that 1:30 a.m. range was around the last data session prior to it, consistent with going off the network. And then the first record of it coming back on the network is around 9:19:59 a.m.
So his phone, everybody's phone died eventually. And they wasn't able to track, but they have video tracking the car. It's crazy.
When a data session opens and is shown on the records, and then we have a timing advanced measurement at approximately 9:36 a.m., consistent with the area of the residence.
So this 1:30, this box over here, 1:30:56, basically it's off the network from 1:35:58 a.m. to 9.
And that is what we'll never probably find out. Where the fuck is the crime scene? Did he have help? Was somebody fucking cutting up the body while he was riding around? This shit really doesn't, it's crazy and it's confusing. And I like to think I'm smart and I'm trying to understand this shit, but it's not, it's fucking hard, man. You know, the only conclusion is he only went to his house to chop her up. After she between leaving the bar and getting to his house, it went wrong. It had to. It went wrong. Between leaving the bar and his house, it went wrong. And all the time at his house, but there's no blood at his house. That's, oh my God, this shit is racking my brain.
36 a.m., correct?
So sometime in that 1:30:56 through 1:55:58, it goes off the network, and then the first record is 9:19:59.
And again, the record that tells you that requires absolutely no human interaction with the phone, right?
Correct. It's the data record. So again, that passive activity that I can't tell you whether it's user interaction or not. Just the phone could be powered on.
And then by 9:19 over here a.m., a data session comes back on?
Yes, that's the first record illustrated there using that tower, the 9:30 a.m. for the record there, and then the 9:30:36. Again, you see them intersecting consistent with the area of Maxwell Anderson's residence.
Would all of these records be consistent with if Maxwell Anderson's phone was at home during the 1:30 a.m. to 9:31 a.m. time frame on April 2nd?
So I can just tell you where the phone is at these times. So in that 1:30, 1:35, and then again, that 9:19 when it comes on the network.
Okay. Nowhere in between because there are no records whatsoever.
Correct. I cannot tell you where that phone is with no records.
I want to go back one slide and ask you one more question about this one. And all of these slides we're seeing with Sade's phone moving around, are any of these points that you've mapped out here, do they require user interaction with the phone?
They do not. These records are generally just the phone being powered on. And again, it could be sitting there with no user interaction and you would get all this data.
Similar to the example I gave before about driving around.
One thing we learned, and we already know this because we watch it time and time again, but your phone could be your worst motherfucking enemy. Your phone records, your phone records audio, video, and it tracks you. So I don't know if having cellular phones is a good thing. Maybe we should all go back to house phones, and if you outside, you just missed a call and have an answering machine and you get the call in the house. Maybe that's what we should go back to. I'm just saying, if you out here committing crimes.
On the city with the phone in my pocket.
That is correct.
All right.
Hey man, I agree with you. It gotta be somewhere where there's blood. It has to be. And I'm just gonna say there was blood in that car. That's why he burned it, because there was no other reason to burn it. You could have just left it on the side of the road. You know, you didn't try to hide many other things. You threw the body outside. Why you didn't just burn the body up too? So that car had some blood in it, and maybe because of the fire, it was not detected, but that car had blood in it. Must have.
All right, and then slide 19 here, that's the last slide. I just have a few more questions. Agent Reiner, are you aware of the last text message, the time of the last text message from Sade Robinson's phone?
Upon reviewing the records, yes.
What is it?
That was an outgoing text at approximately 5:18 p.m. on April 1st, 2024.
And who was it to?
That was to Mr. Anderson's phone.
Are you aware of the time of the last connected call from Sade Robinson's phone?
Yes, the last incoming call with duration, yes.
And what time was that?
That was at approximately 4:26 p.m. for 131 seconds.
So in the times that we've talked about throughout this entire slideshow, there were no other calls from Miss Robinson's phone.
Past that, 5 518 text, no.
So from the time she got with him, she didn't make no other calls. She didn't take no text messages, nothing. She leaves him. They go to another bar. Then they go back to his house. They're at his house by like 9:03 or 9:20 or something. So they're there, and then they don't leave his house till 12:47. He rides around, and he doesn't come back to 8 in the morning. So we got to find out in between leaving that last bar till when he comes back home at 8 in the morning, where the fuck was he at? Where did he stop? How did he clean up that crib so good if he cut her up in the crib? It's just a lot of shit that they need to hurry up and get to because the reporters to the jury looking like they bored. So you're going to lose this case because you fucking made these motherfuckers bored where they don't want to pay attention no more. I don't want to pay attention no more. I just want to fast forward to the shit.
I have nothing else.
Ross.
Sure.
Motherfuckers coming through back doors. The judge get up and leave. What the hell going on here? What the hell? This may be dumb because we do it all the time in the hood, right? We support killers, you know. We know people that kill people and we still be cool with them and shit. But it's like, how you still cool with a person who possibly did this, you know? Because I'm assuming his family is back there supporting him. But I have family. I have kids, and I'm sorry if my brother out here raping and killing bitches, I'm not fucking with him. I don't fuck with the nigga now, and he ain't raped and killed nobody. So I'm just saying, like, I don't get people when they be supporting these type of people. Like, I don't know, maybe I'm just raised different. I'm built different. I don't give a fuck if you my mama. I don't give a fuck if you my daddy. I don't give a fuck you my sibling. Whatever you are, if you cross a line with me, I'm not fucking with you. If you do something that I deem crazy, like rape a little kid, I'm not fucking with you. But time after time, you find out it's still people that support these people. It's a bunch of females that's probably writing him, visiting him, and giving him money. Like, the whole world is twisted and fucked up. That's it. That's the point. The whole world is twisted and fucked up. Everybody is fucked up mentally in their own way. Like, if he did this, he's just sitting there like, nigga, you killed somebody. You chopped her up. You dumped her fucking body. You put the car on fire, and you just sitting there if you did it like a normal nigga. So next time you outside, you could be standing next to him. A person like him, or a person worse than him. Be careful out here, because the world is a fucked up place. Like, I'm 50 years old, and I'm starting to realize how fucked up the world is, and how you don't really have family and friends. You have people that you in a relationship with, and you do shit for, and once you go against what you do for them, or once you know they deem you useless, that's it. You're on your own. That's how the world works today, man. Oh, they're having a sidebar. That's my girl from Boston would say. Sidebar. Bah.
Okay, we're going to take a break right now for the afternoon. So you can stretch your legs.
Jesus Christ, we're going to take a break.
Okay, thanks everybody.
We taking breaks out this motherfucker? That's what we doing? Jesus Christ. The trial is already born. We already went to lunch. What the fuck, man? We already went to lunch. We got about 2 more hours. Let's get this shit over with. Let's get this show on the road. I see you say get a beeper, man. Fuck that beeper, man. Fuck that beeper. We need to go. I mean, once again, if you out here committing crimes, you need to go back to a house phone. You know, you remember those days where you would just go outside, no electronic devices. Nobody knew you was at. And you would go home and you have all these messages on your answering machine. Then remember, the answering machine used to be a box. Then they made it directly on your phone. So, like, people tell you America wasn't great, as Trump say, and people get mad about that. But there was a time where America was great. There was a time where you didn't have a care in the world and you just hung with all of the kids in the neighborhood. And if you acted up down the street, the lady down the street would beat you and send you home, and then your parents would beat you. So you got 2 beatings for the same shit. But now, I can go outside. Kids could be jumping on my car from down the street. I say, hey, get the fuck off my car. Next thing you know, the mother, the father, they come and they want to shoot me because I say, get the fuck off my car. So we not living in the same society as it was when I grew up. That's why I laugh when people be trying to tell me, oh, make America great means racist and it's all, no. America was great when all I knew is that you went to church either on Saturday or Sunday. I didn't know if you was a Muslim. I didn't know if you was Christian. I just knew you went to church. You know, America was great when I didn't know you was gay. You know, now everybody's like, yo, I'm gay. The next gay person comes and wants to top that gay person. Well, I'm gay and I got tits. And then the next gay person comes along and says, well, I'm gay and I got tits and I cut my dick off. So it's like, once everybody's personal business became the world's business, that's when America stopped being great, because I really don't give a fuck if you gay. I don't give a fuck if you eat Fruit Loops or Frosted Flakes. I don't give a fuck what church you go to. But everybody's personal problems became the world's problems. So real problems don't get solved. We so busy putting out these small fires like, oh, we got to look out for the gays. And then under Obama, we got to look out for the transgenders. And we got to look out for the Asians. When we ain't looking out for what's really wrong in the world. We've been tackling personal problems for the last 20, 30 years of my life. So yes, America was great at one point when everybody's personal shit was at home and we came outside and worry about the world and what's going on in the world. But now we got to worry about everybody's personal shit. And to be honest, black people, we just keep getting pushed down. Everybody else's personal shit is more important than ours. Until we come together and get this shit right as a community. See, every other community got their shit together. The Chinese and the Russians and the Latins. And you see the Latins are sticking up for the migrants and the immigrants. Everybody got their shit straight. The black community, we still celebrating Pookie and Ray Ray killing 20 people and going to jail for 20 years, and they ain't telling nobody, and they came home. That's what we doing. Oh yeah, yo, he came home. He a real nigga. In all reality, them drug dealers and killers destroyed the black community more than any white man, more than any Ku Klux Klan, and more than any system, or more than Donald Trump. Black people just got it fucked up, and we suffering and we paying for it. But anyways, I went off on a rant about some other shit. And as we can see, court is out. Let's go over here to my man, because I'm sure he got some shit going on. Where he at? Oh, my man ain't got nothing going on. Usually
that the jury was looking a little sleepy at points, and that there was one juror that shut his eyes for a period, but then popped right back. And the idea was that maybe taking a break and letting them stretch their legs a little bit might be a great
first
idea,
of all,
which I fully agree with. And state indicated that they think they have approximately 10 more witnesses left, approximately. Anything you'd like to?
Morning and 9:19 a.m. We know that at 1:06 a.m. is when he passed by or I shouldn't say he, when her vehicle passed by Sade Robinson's apartment. That was, again, 1:06 a.m. We don't know who was driving. We don't know who was inside. We don't know for certain if Sade Robinson was alive.
Many may not even use text messages all that often.
Possibly, yes.
And to be clear, with all this data we're looking at, when we're talking about data points, I want to emphasize that can be a person using the phone, or it can also be the phone operating in the background, right?
In terms of the data that we talked about?
Yes.
Well, so from the phone records, from what I can testify to, I can talk about usage in terms of voice or text, but then whether it's the data records or the RTT or timing advance, I can't tell you whether that's somebody using it or just sitting idle.
And you said that for Ms. Robinson's phone, the last phone call was at what time?
The phone call was at approximately 4:26 p.m. that had duration.
And then a text message at what time? 5 something?
The text message was an outgoing text at 5:18, and those were user ones, so looking at somebody actually originating a text or answering a phone call.
Okay, but what about Instagram messages after 5:18 p.m.?
I have no information about any of that.
Or Facebook messages or Snapchat messages?
I have no information about any of that.
Why do you not have any information on that?
Because I'm just looking at the phone records from the cellular providers, and they would not capture that activity.
So one would need the actual phone and a different type of expert to answer those questions.
Potentially, if that was there, but
I mean, I just think this lawyer is so fucking stupid. Listen, bro, they just showed you your guy traveling with her phone in her car. They just showed it. At least we know. That's what he's going to say. At least we know his phone was in her car. So he's going to probably say, oh, maybe he left his phone in the car. We know his phone was in the car. You asking about Instagram and all that. Debunk the fucking evidence that puts him in the fucking car. Instagram and TikTok has nothing to do with evidence showing him in the car. I swear this lawyer just sucks to me. I really do. And I would fire him because I don't think he's trying to free me.
that would be somebody other than me.
Okay. Now, with the data you selected, were you the one who chose this data to look at, or was it provided to you? The date ranges specifically.
Oh, the date ranges were provided to me.
So this material, when you compiled your PowerPoint presentation, this material came from someone else, right?
The records came from the cellular providers, and then the dates and locations came from investigators.
Okay, so the investigators say, we want you to look at April 1st and April 2nd, and then you plot all the data, right?
Yes, and they give me the locations, and they ask, what did the phones do, or where were they at during that time?
And I have up on the screen page 16 from your PowerPoint presentation. You can see the number in the bottom corner, right?
Yes, sir.
You said something before on direct examination about Life 360 providing, I think you used the expression dwell periods. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes.
What is a dwell period?
So per their glossary, they reference the dwell when a phone was in a period, I don't recall the exact time range, but when it was in a location for a period of time.
Stationary.
I can't, all I can say is dwell is because that's what they call it, so I can only say dwell.
Okay, but when we were looking at slide 16 specifically is when you mentioned the dwell period from Life 360. Why did you mention that at this point?
So it was a question about remaining, I believe, in an area, and that was, according to the Life 360 information, that's what they informed as a dwell period.
Okay, so any of these numbers we see here can be incorporate dwell periods?
No, there were 4 areas and locations related to dwell over the time frame of my analysis.
And which 4 would those be?
Those would be the area of Twisted Fisherman, Dukes on Water, Maxwell Anderson's residence, and as well as the lake location.
Now, With respect to that lake location, you're talking about the one down by Grant Park, Warnimont Park, down in that area?
Yes, that orange dot with those coordinates I was given.
And early in your presentation, you were showing us the cell towers that exist because obviously the cell providers have put towers in popular areas, right?
They build their network to meet their business needs and satisfy their customers.
So like slide 7, for example, numerous cell towers throughout downtown Milwaukee, and then lesser and more rural, less populated areas, right?
Yes, they kind of vary. There's a cluster there in the middle, kind of around the residents, and less dense in some of those other areas, yes.
And then Warnimont Beach, that orange circle, right?
Yes, that box there, yes.
Now, could you go back? I want to ask somewhat of a hypothetical. You have Max Anderson's phone number, obviously, right?
According to these records and the information I was given, yes.
Yeah, you have his number.
Yes.
Okay. And you can contact the cell provider and get records, right?
Yes.
And those records can then show you, and you can go back months and months and months.
Depending on the provider, they have different retention periods, and it could cover months, yes.
Spoke a little fast there. Different providers have different retention periods.
Yes, and they would go back. All of them would be able to, let's say, have it from 3-4 months ago at least. And
okay.
Longer.
So if we wanted to see, for example, does Max Anderson go to Warnimont Beach area as a regular habit or a regular basis? Does his phone go there regularly? You could go back historically for months and look at that, right?
Oh my God. Yo, this is the dumbest lawyer, man. If this video, somebody view this video at another time, once I post it after being live, and this lawyer, please tell him he's stupid as fuck. Bro, it doesn't matter if he go to that beach regularly, to me, as a person, that if I was on the jury. What matters is that they have her phone, his phone, her car, going to the area where the leg is found. Her car, his phone, her phone, stays there for a fucking hour. And you sitting here talking about, do you know if he come here every day? It doesn't matter because he's there the day when her phone is there, his phone is there, her car is there, and the leg is found, motherfucker. Like, you're just dumb. You're trying to get your client in prison.
If I had the records, you could go back and look for that, yes.
You could plot out really sort of one's daily routine in a way, couldn't you?
With the right data sets, yes.
Yeah, if you go back 3 months and plot it all out, you might start to see patterns that develop.
Correct.
And that's something you've done in your work with the FBI.
And then if you're talking about patterns, right? Because you're trying to confuse the jury, show them the pattern that he go to the beach every day. Don't just talk about it, show them. Because other than that, you just talking. And jurors are smart enough to realize you are just fucking talking. Her cell phone, his cell phone, her car was there. We know it was there for an hour and some change, and we know they found a motherfucking leg, my nigga. Talk about that. You talking about anything but the facts.
I think you were speaking about it right out of the gate, that sometimes you want to do a profile and go back and develop someone's pattern.
Yeah, I would refer to it as a pattern of life, yes.
It's a better expression, pattern of life.
Yes.
Phone goes from this home in Madison to Milwaukee. It seems like every day from 8 to 9 a.m. they're going this distance, might draw an inference that they commute to work, for example, right?
Correct.
So did you ever go back and look at whether Max Anderson's phone has any pattern of life going to Warnimont Beach?
I did not.
Well, we know obviously, what this data tells us today is that obviously for April 1st, April 2nd, Max Anderson's phone and Sade Robinson's phone were in similar places, Twisted Fisherman and Duke's, for example, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Well, nobody disputes that.
I'm not sure what's being disputed.
Are you disputing that their phones wasn't in the area of the lake at the same time? I'm a little confused, Mr. Dumb Lawyer Guy.
But I agree with your past statement.
And then Warnimont Beach there's no evidence of Max Anderson's phone going to Warnimont Beach April 2nd, right?
In these timeframes that I had analyzed, there's not.
There is a data entry of 1:30 to 1:35. What slide should I have been looking at for that, if you remember?
That slide would be. I'll find it. That's going to be slide 14.
Okay, I'll just flip it real quick here. Okay, so just to recap this point, on slide 14, from 1:30 to 1:35, there's a data session with Mr. Anderson's phone, right? That's what you testified to?
That is correct.
Could be that the phone is, it certainly means the phone is on, right?
Correct.
Which is important. It means someone didn't shut it off. It's on.
It's on at some point during that time, yes.
And then the phone had some activity during that time, right?
Correct. There was data transfer between the phone and the network.
Could be by a user using it.
It could be.
Right, it could be. Or it could not be.
Correct. I can't tell you either or.
But in any event, you know for sure that that phone is down in that area where we have the number 1, right? The blue number 1.
Yes, at that point between 1:30 and 1:35, as you mentioned. Yes, sir.
Slide 14, blue number 1, phone down there, right?
Yes.
Which is...
I guess it's safe to say those glasses are just to make him look cute, because he takes them off, he puts them on, so clearly they're not for his vision. I'm just saying.
Consistent, if one has their phone on them, it's consistent with a person being in that area.
It's consistent with a phone being in that area.
Were you given information about Max Anderson's home address, for example, to look at that as part of your analysis?
Yes, it's denoted by the red R on the map.
And this blue one that you have down here at the bottom is in that area, right?
Yes, between that 1:30, 1:35, as you referenced.
One minute, please. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
State?
See, you know how I can tell he suck as a lawyer? Because he just asked his client, basically, any more questions? Is we done? Did I do a good job, nigga? You didn't even address that their phones were together all over the place. You didn't even address that their phones were together in the same place where our leg was found. You talked about Instagram. You talked about everything else. So that's why you suck as a lawyer, bro, because you're not representing your client. You didn't attack none of the evidence. None of it. Just off of what I seen here, he guilty as fuck, and you ain't gonna help him. You was not gonna help him. You tried to confuse the jury talking about Instagram and all the other things, but you didn't talk that their phones, her car, was in the same place all night until her phone died. You ain't even addressed that, brother.
Just very briefly, the record, when law enforcement wants phone records for you to analyze in this fashion, you have to get a court order to do so, right?
A search warrant.
You didn't do it yourself here, the sheriff's office did it, but that's how the records that you received were compiled, right?
Yes, they were obtained via legal process, a search warrant, and then provided to me.
And when counsel asked you on this slide whether this was what I'm circling here, the data, it says data handoff, when he said that's indicative of some activity, you are not testifying that that is user activity. Is that a fair statement?
I can't tell you what kind of activity, just that it's communication between the phone and the network.
That'd be a question for somebody else?
Yeah, somebody else that would have other data sets or information.
Perhaps information from the mobile phone itself?
Potentially.
Nothing else?
Defense?
No.
Thank you.
You do.
State your next witness.
Right, now, the defense lawyer made a big deal about the in the blue. And when she comes back and re-examine him, yeah, that ain't got nothing to do with me. So you see how bad that lawyer is? He's just making himself look bad in front of the jury. And if the jury don't like you and they don't like your lawyer, because they can hate you and love your lawyer, but if they don't like you and they don't like your lawyer, you're going to prison.
Recalling Ethan Stout.
So I'm just curious, I'm funny like that. Trump is cutting all these goddamn jobs, but he can't do shit with the state, I guess. But this judge needs 1, 2, 3, 4. Then I'm pretty sure she got a bailiff. She need all those people to do her job. That's just to me, that's just a lot of people getting paid to do nothing. What different things are this lady doing, this lady doing, this lady doing, this lady doing that one of them can't do? She got 2 computer screens, so that means she can do the job of 2 people, right? I'm just saying, the judge got 2 screens. The judge really got 3, because that's the judge's screen right here, too. So my question is, why do you need all these people in the courtroom? This one right here look like she doing nothing. She ain't doing shit. She just... What do we need all these people for? And we wonder why America ain't great. And we wonder why Trump is slashing all these jobs. We got too many people doing the same fucking job.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter
And
will
if
be
you
the
don't
truth?
if you don't know, I'm like one of the world's biggest haters. Homegirl outfits. Please, somebody teach her how to dress. That white suit she got on today is just as horrible as the outfit she had on yesterday. You know goddamn well you on TV every day. Get your shit together. Those outfits are terrible. I'm sorry.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you can please be seated, restate, and respell your name for the record.
Deputy Ethan Stout, ETHANSTOUDT.
Deputy Stout, at some point in April of 2024, while you were investigating this incident, the disappearance of Sade Robinson, did you learn that Maxwell Anderson had worked at Victor's?
I did.
Where's Victor's?
Victor's is located at 1230 North Van Buren Street in the city of Milwaukee.
Did you attempt to get video footage from Victor's?
I did.
Did you go to that bar?
I did.
Club or whatever it is? Okay. Were you able to get video from the video system itself there?
I was not.
Did you get video from there?
Yes.
How'd you do that?
The manager of the bar at the time had short clips on his cell phone that were, I guess, recordings of the recording, if that makes sense. He used his phone to take a video of the computer screen that was displaying the video.
And how many clips did you recover?
There were 2 clips.
I've got Exhibit 280 on the screen right now. Do you recognize this?
I do.
What is it?
That is the entranceway or front entrance, I guess, for Victor's Bar Nightclub.
This is one of the clips you retrieved?
It was.
Move 280 in.
Any objection?
No.
Received.
All right. On these 2 clips, what are we going to see in some?
In one of the clips, we will see Miss Robinson enter the bar and then go off screen. And then in another clip, we will see Mr. Anderson and Miss Robinson appear to exit the bar and go off screen.
On one of these clips, are you able to see the date briefly?
Yes.
Do you know what date and time approximately that clip is from?
Yes, March 29th of 2024, and I believe it's around 11:37 p.m.
So that would have been the the Friday night before Miss Robinson went missing?
Yes.
I'm going to play the first of the...
Wait a minute. That's a smoking gun. Because they went on the first date. But if this was March 29th, that means they knew each other. This was not a first date. It may have been a first date, but they knew each other prior. Oh, that's interesting. That's very interesting.
The two clips, the first one's 15 seconds long. I got the wrong clip up. I'm sorry. I'm starting with the clip that ends in the number 1785. All right, I have it paused at 3 seconds. This clip is 34 seconds. Camera person zoomed out. Are you able to see the date and time? If you have to get up, you can do that.
Sure, I'll get up quick.
Okay. And then come back to the microphone, please.
Yes, I'm able to see the date.
What was it?
That is, excuse me, 03/29/2024 at 11:37 and some seconds p.m.
All right. Playing this clip. What do you see?
In the back right of the frame, I see Miss Robinson entering the bar.
She says,
now this is a bar he works at. The bouncer hugs her. Very interesting.
hello to a bouncer or somebody?
It would appear to be a bouncer, yes.
And then the second clip, which has the numbers in 1708. What do you see here?
Coming out of the frame is Miss Robinson and Mr. Anderson.
So they've been telling us the whole time they was out on the first date. And what I say, man, they doing too much to be on the first date. He had his hand around her on her hip type ass area. They went to several other bars. Yeah. Tommy know what he be talking about. I know. They may not want to believe me, but I know what I be talking about. I knew that wasn't no first fucking date. They was just too comfortable. They was doing too much, and they was hitting all the druggy bars. Facts.
They exchange pleasantries with people at the door and then exit out the door to the parking lot or street.
Does it appear they're walking together?
Yes.
There's no timestamp on that second clip, but based on her clothing, Miss Robinson's clothing, does it appear to be that it would have been that same night when she was leaving Victor's?
It appears so, yes.
Nothing else?
Cross.
It was just Mr. Anderson walking her out the door on the second clip, right?
It appears so, yes.
And they appears friendly with each other, right?
Yes.
And did you do any other searches at Victor's when you were there?
I did not.
Okay. One question I had about Victor's is whether you asked the owner whether there's any storage areas for employees to keep their belongings. Did you ever look into that?
I did not.
Okay, that's all.
I'm just curious. Why would he be looking into if there was any fucking storage areas? I'm just curious. Maybe he's gonna tell me. I don't know.
Dave?
Nothing else.
So, you just was shown a video where your client was with someone he's accused of being murdered prior. But all this time, y'all been saying it's a first date, right? And your only question as a lawyer is, do you know if there was a fucking storage area? Maybe later, that's going to come back into play. But right now, you keep looking like the dumbest lawyer on earth, bro. To me, that should have been like a bombshell for you, the defense attorney. Oh, so it wasn't a first date. That's what you should have been asking him. Oh, so they must have knew each other prior to the date. You asked about a fucking storage closet. Yeah, you know what? They do got a storage closet. Put his fucking ass in there. Put that fucking lawyer in the storage closet. Lock that shit up and leave him in there and get this man a different lawyer because, I mean, if he did it, I want him to go to jail. But if he didn't, I want him to have a great defense. And this lawyer, to me, ain't giving it to him.
Thank you, Deputy. State your next witness.
Sharon Polakowski.
Look, this one up here, this big girl up here, she ain't doing nothing. What's she getting paid? I want to know, 'cause I want that job. I want the job where I sit next to the judge and I don't do shit. That's the job I want. You got all these extra people in here getting a check. You need to eliminate those goddamn jobs. Where Donald Trump at, man? Let me get Donald on the phone and tell him we got some extra workers. We need to lay some of them off, because that's government wasted money. Fuck out of here. All these people just sitting around doing nothing. She on her Twitter and Instagram page. I bet you she be clapping her cheeks. Her with this terrible white suit. I bet you she be on Instagram clapping it. I bet you. Court reporter by day,
Do you
clapping cheeks on
solemnly swear
Instagram
that
and
the
TikTok by
testimony
night.
given this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Listen, her right here, I'm scared of her. She got the big file. She got a purse. She got a pistol in that motherfucker. You can tell she ain't playing. I don't know what her job is, but she got the big file. She got a purse. It's a pistol. That purse was heavier than a motherfucker. She about to tell us some shit. Watch. She about to tell us some
Sharon
shit.
Polakowski, SharonPolakowski.
Soft voice. Oh yeah, she about to tell us some shit.
Good afternoon. How are you employed?
I'm employed as a forensic scientist in the DNA analysis unit
Okay.
of the Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory in Milwaukee.
How long have you worked in that capacity?
I've been at the crime laboratory since October of 1993. I've been doing DNA analysis since maybe 1997.
Can you
She been around
just
for a long
discuss
time.
the background training and education that you have, and then since you've been there since 93, the continued education and training in the field of DNA analysis that has gotten you to where you are today?
Sure. I have a Bachelor of Science degree in recombinant genetics with a minor in chemistry that I received in 1992. Since I was working at the laboratory, I received training there in what is known as serology, which is body fluid identification and characterizing stains with methods other than DNA. I've also received training.
Damn, listening to other people's life story shows you fucked your shit. I fucked my shit up. I fucked my life up. I ain't doing shit but trying to be a goddamn YouTuber. And she got all these degrees, and it sounds like she the same age as me because, well, she might be a little older because she graduated college in 93. I would have been graduating high school in 93, but listening to other people's life stories tells you and shows you how you fucked up and did nothing. It would be easy for me to blame Donald Trump like everybody else, or to blame the white people, or to blame the system. I just didn't take no initiative in life. I was running the streets, doing the ghetto shit, hustling, selling drugs, doing all the shit we thought was cool. But then, when you realized other people was taking life serious like her, us black people be like, oh, the white people got it easy. No, they took life serious while we was running around playing fucking games and listening to her and all her education. And in 93 and 97, she did this, she did that. Now she who she is today. In 93 and 97, I was in the hood slaying crack, and I'm who I am today. Because of bad decisions, not because the white people holding me back, not because Donald Trump, but it's because of bad fucking decisions and not taking life stories. I know, folks, I go off on rambles. That's what I do.
Training in 2 different types of DNA analysis at the laboratory and have continuing education every year.
How many trained DNA analysts are there at the crime lab?
Around 20 or so.
And are you dispersed in multiple labs throughout the state, or just in the Milwaukee lab?
Oh, well, there's a laboratory also in Madison that has another set of analysts.
What is DNA?
DNA has been called sort of a biological blueprint, and that's really what it is. It contains all of the instructions that make a plant, an animal, and each of us who we are. It's found in all of your cells except for red blood cells. You get half of your DNA from each of your biological parents. It's the same throughout your body and throughout your lifetime.
Do any two people have the exact identical DNA?
Identical siblings, for our purposes of testing, will have the same DNA, so we can't tell them apart. We would expect that unrelated people would have different DNA profiles.
Other than identity, okay, I think you just answered my next question. So other than identical siblings, unrelated people would have different profiles?
That's what I would expect, yes.
And how is it that you can go about identifying someone's DNA profile?
We use a method of testing known as short tandem repeat DNA testing.
And what is that?
Short tandem repeats are different areas of DNA that have pieces of DNA that repeat different numbers of times in different individuals. Since you get half of your DNA from each of your biological parents, you can think of it like beads on a string, one string from each parent. At one location, one of your parents may have given you 5 beads and your other parent gave you 7. So at that location, your type would be a 5, 7. Other people may have the same type at that location, but as we look at the different locations, there's differences between individuals. And we currently look at 23 different locations.
How is it that you can go about identifying a specific person's DNA? Are you given something?
We are given standards from individuals to compare to samples from evidentiary samples.
So you would be provided a known standard from a known person, and then you can use that to compare to other items of evidence?
Yes.
And how is it typically that you receive the standards, the known standards?
Standards are typically a buccal swab from inside the mouth, or they might be a dried blood standard. Typically that comes from someone who's no longer living.
How is it that your lab receives the items that you're going to compare the standards to?
They are submitted to us by various law enforcement agencies.
And sometimes you're getting swabs from pieces of evidence, right?
Yes.
And sometimes you're getting the items themselves?
Sometimes, yes.
And is there some kind of a screening process done when you receive either swabs or a physical piece of evidence?
Yes.
Can you describe what that process is like?
It depends on what the items are and what we're looking for on the items. So a typical screening process is to look at a particular item for either a body fluid or other areas where DNA may be present. If it's a swab from an item, we may cut part of the swab or maybe the entire thing, depending on if there's a body fluid present or not. If it's an item, we might be looking for body fluid stains or areas where DNA may be deposited.
And how is it that a person can leave their DNA on something?
It can be left in a variety of ways.
And what kind of, are there different items from the body that it can be left on? Or from, I should say?
Yes, it can be left via body fluid stains like saliva or blood or semen. It can also be left through someone wearing an item or touching it or handling it.
Is that commonly referred to like touch DNA?
Yes.
And what does touch DNA come from? What does it come from?
Typically, we would expect it to come from shed skin cells from some part of your body, your skin.
That's why you gave the example of an article of clothing, right?
Right.
All right. Can DNA be fragile in a sense? In other words, can it be removed from items once it's on an item?
Yes, it can be.
And what are some things that could affect whether or not it is left on an item or not?
Well, one of the things that can affect it is how much is there to start with, how long it's been on an item, if it's subject to some sort of environmental conditions such as sunlight or rain, if it's rubbed off or cleaned off, or if it just is there for a long period of time, DNA does start to break down.
How about fire?
Yes, that would heat will destroy DNA.
And how about passage of time, just general passage of time?
Yes.
How so?
Just in general, it starts to break down, and it depends, the rate of breakdown depends on what was there to start, why it's breaking down, if it's just time or if there's temperature involved or something like that.
If you, actually before I go there, how about if something is washed with water?
If it's washed with water, you can wash DNA away, yes.
And just because you touch an item, do you always leave DNA?
I'm not sure if you would or not, but it may not be in an amount that we would be able to detect.
All right, so when you receive items of evidence to analyze, and you're able to see that there is DNA on that item, does that necessarily mean that you're going to be able to identify whose DNA that is?
No, not necessarily.
You may not have the appropriate comparison standard, right?
That's correct.
And another reason might be just because there's not enough DNA left.
There may not be enough, or in terms of identifying it, we don't always identify a particular person. We do comparisons and decide if it's consistent or if they could be included in a mixture or not. So it might not be as definitive as what you're asking.
So in other words, you use a comparison method when there's mixtures, right?
Yes,
And you even though the DNA is there, you may or may not be able to say if someone's profile is consistent with being in that mixture.
that's correct.
What are some of the things that could affect your ability to do that?
How complex the mixture is, in other words, how many people's DNA is there, if it's a low-level mixture or partial because it's low level. If the person is a very low-level contributor, would be a lot of uncertainty, and we may not be able to make any kind of conclusion.
Okay. Did you prepare numerous reports related to this case?
I did.
And I guess that goes without saying, you received a good number of items related to this case for DNA analysis, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show you exhibits 436, 439, 440, and 441.
The numbers one more time.
Sure. 436, 439, 440, 441. And just take a moment and parse through those and then tell me when you're done.
All right.
Are all of those copies of reports you prepared for this case?
Yes, they are.
I'd move 436, 439, 440, and 441 into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
They were received.
And you know that because your signature's on them, right? Or a copy of your signature?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to start with exhibit 436 in front of you. And I guess I would also have 439 in front of you. At the outset, when you were first involved with this case, it was early April of 2021, correct?
Yes.
And you received items related to the recovery of at the time, unidentified human leg that had been found at Warnimont Park, right?
Yes, it was actually 2024.
I'm sorry, 2024. Thank you for correcting me.
Yeah.
Were you then provided with known standards or items that you were going to try to identify known standards so that you could compare to the swab from the leg found at Warnimont Park?
Yes,
Was one of those items a toothbrush
it was.
from Sade Robinson's apartment?
Yes.
Okay. And then you also received a buccal swab standard from Sade's mother, Sheena Scarborough, correct?
Yes.
Could you tell the jury regarding the toothbrush and the buccal swab standard from Sheena Scarborough, were you able to, what did you do with those items?
I swabbed the different areas of the toothbrush to get a DNA profile from it. I obtained that and then compared that to the standard from Sheena Scarborough to see if, in fact, they shared DNA at each of the locations.
What did you find?
That they did, and that the person on the toothbrush could be a biological child of Sheena Scarborough.
All right. And then did you, so going forward, did you use that toothbrush DNA profile as sort of the known standard for Sade Robinson?
Yes, based on that, I said I would use that as her standard.
And did you compare the known standard for Sade Robinson to the sample from the leg from Warnimont Park?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury how you did that analysis and what conclusion you came through on that?
So basically a profile was developed from the leg and compared to the toothbrush I was using as the standard from Sade Robinson.
What was your finding?
That the two profiles were consistent and that the probability of randomly selecting an unrelated person with that profile from the population is not more frequent than 1 in 1 quadrillion.
So does that strongly suggest the leg is Sade's leg?
Yes.
Okay. And then you got known standards from a number of other body parts. So it's not known standards. You got swabs from a number of other
Oh, these two right here are like interns and they just working for free because look, they just sitting around doing nothing. All these people are doing nothing, absolutely nothing. Here I am struggling to pay my bills, trying to be a goddamn YouTuber, and they seem to be making money 1, 2, 3, but doing nothing. They doing nothing. They're not at no computer. She's not at no computer. She's at a computer, but they're not doing nothing. So I'm hoping maybe one of these other court reporters, I don't know. But nowadays, court reporter talking to the tube. They don't do the old school typing anymore. They're talking to the tube. But I'm just saying, I know it has nothing to do with the case, but ever since, Donald Trump got into office, I'm just seeing nowadays all these people that's just making money and they don't even need the job. It's just money being wasted.
body parts that were recovered after that first date you became involved in April, right?
Yes, some were swabs and some were bloodstain cards.
And which of those did you analyze to see if it was Sade?
I looked at a bloodstain sample from a foot/flesh, swabs from flesh, swabs from muscle of left foot and flesh, and bone marrow swabs, as well as swabs from calf and flesh and from proximal bone surface.
Did you come to the same conclusion about all of those?
I did.
And what was that conclusion?
That they are consistent with the standard from Sade Robinson, and that the probability of randomly selecting an unrelated person with the same profile is not more frequent than 1 in 1 quadrillion.
Later on, you received a standard from an arm that had been recovered in Waukegan, Illinois, and similarly compared to Sade Robinson's, correct?
Yes.
And what conclusion did you come to that swab?
I came to the same result, that it was consistent with her. I'm not sure.
I think it's 439.
Thank you.
You put that in a different DNA report, right?
Yes, that was later. And the statistic is the same.
Okay. Part of the reason that shows up in a different report is because it was recovered so far later in time, right?
Yes, I had already issued the other report.
Okay. I think that does it for 436 and 439. Did I miss anything in those?
I don't believe so.
Okay. You received swabs that were obtained from parts of a vehicle, correct?
Yes.
Did you compare those? And you also received a swab, a known standard for Maxwell Anderson.
Yes, I did.
Did you compare the swabs from the vehicle to the swabs from Sade Robinson, or the standards of Sade Robinson and Maxwell Anderson?
I only had results from one swab from the vehicle, from the exterior driver door handle, but I did compare it to both of them.
But you got a number of swabs, correct?
Yes, we received 5 swabs and I tested 3 of them.
Why was that?
Those were the 3 that was originally asked to test, from the exterior driver door handle, the exterior driver rear door handle, and the exterior trunk latch.
And of those 3 swabs that you were asked to analyze, were they all even suitable for further DNA analysis?
No, only the swabs from the exterior driver door handle were.
Can you tell the jury why some aren't suitable and what you used to make that determination?
Sure. They did not have enough DNA to go through our process once the DNA was extracted, and I saw how much there was. So the only one that continued was the driver door handle swabs.
The driver door handle, you identified what?
It was a partial single source female profile that was consistent with the profile from Sade Robinson.
I want to move on to Exhibit 440.
I don't know. That may be important. There was no DNA from this dude on the driver's side door. You know what I mean? That's important. You claiming he drove the car. We didn't see him in any of the video on the bus with gloves on, so he should have DNA in the car, right? Yeah.
You received a number of items, swabs from Maxwell Anderson's home, correct?
Yes.
And on any of those swabs, were you able to find support for inclusion of Sade Robinson?
Of those items that were submitted, there was only one, the plaid jacket from the living room, that could be associated with Sade Robinson.
Showing you Exhibit 467. I'm not going to open it because I don't want to destroy this bag. I think you can kind of... Need to use a mic. All right, you can see this bag. Is there a crime lab sticker on the bag?
There is.
I'm going to turn a little bit out to the jury where it is.
The yellow barcode label has our case number, R24-952, and our item designation of F.
And that's how you know the item is the actual thing you examined?
I actually did not examine this item, as someone else did the screening on it.
Screening, why don't you discuss that?
So a different analyst looked at this item and took swabbings from 3 different areas to attempt to develop DNA profiles from those.
You analyzed those swabs?
Yes.
Okay. Before we get into that,
Like right now, what is he thinking? Like, damn, I killed this bitch. I can't get away with it. I'm gonna get away with it. It's looking good. I can't wait to go kill somebody else. Or I didn't do this shit. They got me here and I can't believe it. I ain't do this shit. What is this nigga thinking?
there were other swabs from like sheets, a duvet cover, pillowcase, walls, that sort of thing, right? From the house?
Yes.
Those are what you were not able to find inclusion for Sade Robinson, correct?
Right, of the ones that were examined and gave us results that were able to be compared, none of those have any inclusionary, she can't be included on any of them.
Okay. Let's talk about the plaid jacket that's in front of you there. I think there's an exhibit sticker. Can you tell us what the exhibit number is? I think it's right there.
467.
And that would
Well, the bag is busted open. I mean, does that mean the evidence is tainted? I don't know.
be crime lab item what?
Be our item F.
F, and that's what's on that yellow sticker?
Yes.
How many swabs from the plaid jacket did you do DNA analysis and comparison on?
There were 3 separate areas that were swabbed: the exterior right sleeve, the interior of the front pockets, and the exterior left sleeve.
Start with the exterior from the right sleeve. What did you do? How did you do the analysis? And then what did you find?
Well, I did the analysis the way we would do any other DNA analysis through the same steps to get the data. I found that it is a 4-person mixture with at least one male. And I assumed the presence of Maxwell Anderson on that since it came from his home.
And so then you do a comparison?
Yes, then a comparison, an interpretation and comparison then to the standard from Sade Robinson.
And when you compared that 4-person mixture to this known standard for Sade Robinson, did you find any support for inclusion of her DNA?
I did.
Tell us what you found.
So this statistic is what is known as a likelihood ratio, and that compares 2 different explanations for a given profile. One in which a particular person is included as a contributor, and one in which they are not. So for this item, the 2 different explanations are this DNA profile is from a mixture of DNA from Maxwell Anderson, Sade Robinson, and 2 unknown individuals, or it comes from a mixture of DNA from Maxwell Anderson and 3 unknown individuals. In this case, it is at least 177,000 times more likely to see this profile if it is a mixture of DNA from Maxwell Anderson, Sade Robinson, and 2 unknown people than from Maxwell Anderson and 3 unknown.
And is that how you were able to conclude that there's very strong support for inclusion of Sade Robinson in that 4-person mixture?
It is actually strong support.
Okay, strong support for inclusion. Thank you.
Yes.
And again, your hypothesis that you're using there, the 4 people, it's because you were able to identify a 4-person mixture.
Yes, and looking at the data, it appears to be a 4-person mixture.
Let's go to the next swab from the interior front pockets of the jacket. What did you find there?
That is a 3-person mixture. And similarly to the other one, the 2 different explanations for this profile would be that is a mixture of DNA from Maxwell Anderson and Sade Robinson and an unknown person, or from Maxwell Anderson and 2 unknown individuals.
What did you find?
In this case, it is at least a quadrillion times more likely to see this profile if it's a mixture of DNA from Maxwell Anderson, Sade Robinson, and 1 unknown, than if it's a mixture of DNA from Maxwell Anderson and 2 unknowns.
And that one is very strong support for inclusion of Sade Robinson in the mixture?
It is.
Lastly, the sleeve of the plaid jacket, the left sleeve of the plaid jacket.
Yes, this is a 3-person mixture of DNA.
And what'd you find?
That when compared with Sade Robinson, the likelihood ratio fell into our uninformative range, so that I can't make any conclusions regarding the presence or absence of her DNA in that mixture.
Can't say whether her DNA is in there or whether it's not in there.
Yeah, right. There's not enough statistical support either way.
All right. So of those 3, we have in some strong support for inclusion on the swab from the exterior right sleeve, very strong support for inclusion on the swab from the interior of the front pockets, and for the last one, just uninformative.
Yes.
All right. Handing you exhibit 455. Are you able to tell whether that was an item that was screened by the crime lab?
Yes, it is.
And what is that item?
This is an item containing 3 gloves and I believe a rock that had blood on them. It is crime lab item AT, and then sub-designated into AT1, AT2, AT3, and AT4.
Specifically latex gloves, right?
I believe so. Again, I did not look at these, but I read the notes of the person who did.
All right. And those were screened, and then you analyzed the screens.
Yes.
Oh, he over there with his lawyer laughing and joking, man. You on trial for goddamn chopping the girl up, and it's funny. Well, he looked like he was emotional about the gloves. He wanted to pull a OJ. If they don't fit, he must have quit, huh?
And so if you want to flip to page, I think it's page 10 of Exhibit 440. Just let me know when you're there.
It's page 15.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
You are right. All right, so you analyzed first swabs from blood stains on the first latex glove and swabs from blood stains on the third latex glove, correct?
Yes.
There were 3 total, right, according to
Yes.
your report?
Yes.
Okay. And what were you able to learn when you analyzed the swabs from blood stains from the first latex glove and third latex glove?
Those had the same single source female profile.
As each other,
As
right?
each other, yes. They appeared to be the same, and Sade Robinson and Maxwell Anderson are both excluded as the source of that DNA.
The blood is not Sade's and it's not Mr. Anderson's.
Their DNA is not on there, no.
How about the next one, the blood stain on the second latex glove? What did you learn there?
There was a different female profile on there, and again, Sade Robinson and Maxwell Anderson are both excluded.
So they found some gloves that got female blood on it, but it's not Sade Robinson or Mr. Anderson's.
Next, the swabs from the exterior of the first latex glove. So that was, we already mentioned the first, where there's a female profile that's not Sade or Maxwell Anderson. Now there was a swab from the exterior of that glove?
Yes,
And what was your conclusion there?
that is a 3-person mixture.
What were your results when comparing to Maxwell Anderson?
That is at least 1 million times more likely to observe that DNA profile if it is a mixture from 3 unknown individual people than if it is a mixture from Maxwell Anderson and 2 unknown individuals.
So what does that say about exclusion?
It's very strong support for exclusion of Maxwell Anderson.
And how about Sade?
Her likelihood ratio fell into the uninformative range, and so I can't make any determinations.
From that swab alone, right?
From that one, yes.
But you do know from the blood that she's excluded on the blood from that.
Yes, she was excluded from those other profiles.
And uninformative means what?
It means the statistical values that fall in that range cannot be used to make any conclusions regarding the presence or absence of someone's DNA.
Let's move on to the next one, the swabs from the interior of the first latex glove. So we're still on that first one.
Yes.
What did you learn about the interior of that glove?
It is a 2-person mixture, and both Maxwell Anderson and Sade Robinson are excluded from that mixture.
Swabs from the exterior of the second latex glove.
It is also a 2-person mixture, and Maxwell Anderson and Sade Robinson are also excluded from that as well.
Swabs from the interior of the second latex glove.
A 2-person mixture, and Maxwell Anderson and Sade Robinson are both excluded.
Third latex glove exterior swabs.
That is a 3-person mixture. When compared with Maxwell Anderson, he is excluded from that. As for Sade Robinson, it's at least 490 trillion times more likely to observe that profile if it's a mixture of DNA from 3 unknown people than if it is a mixture resulting from Sade Robinson and 2 unknowns. So it is very strong support for exclusion.
Okay, exclusion, very strong support for exclusion. Let's go swabs from the interior of the third glove.
That is also a 3-person mixture, and both Maxwell Anderson and Sade Robinson are excluded from it.
Are you in any way able to find inclusion for Sade Robinson or Maxwell Anderson on any of the latex gloves?
No.
I'm going to move on to item BF. This has already been admitted as Exhibit 480. Recognize the sticker of item BF being from this
case?
I do.
All right, and that's that yellow sticker with the crime lab case number on it?
Yes.
And what is this item?
It is a sweatshirt / jacket.
The large gray sweatshirt?
Yes.
Okay. What did you, what was this screened for?
It was screened for blood and also for other areas of DNA.
How many screened either swabs or cuttings did you analyze from this jacket?
In total, 19.
All right, let's start with the cutting from the stain on the bottom of the front waistband. Do you see that one?
Is that item BF2?
I'm sorry. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. What'd you find?
It was a low-level partial mixture profile, and I determined that it was not suitable for comparison.
So there was DNA there, it just was, you couldn't do anything further with it?
That's correct.
How about the swabs from the zipper pull from that jacket?
That is a single-source female profile that is consistent with the standard from Sade Robinson. And the probability of randomly selecting that profile from a population of unrelated people is not more frequent than 1 in 1 quadrillion.
Single source female profile, so this one you're not doing the hypothetical analysis?
That's correct. This is a different type of calculation.
And it's consistent with Sade?
It is.
Let's move on to BF9, the cutting from the stain on the inside left bottom of that sweatshirt or jacket.
That is a 2-person mixture.
What did you find?
When compared with Maxwell Anderson, it's at least a quadrillion times to see that DNA profile if it's a mixture of DNA from Maxwell Anderson and an unknown person than from 2 unknown individuals.
How about Sade?
It is at least 121 million times more likely to observe that profile if it's a mixture resulting from 2 unknown individuals than from Sade Robinson and an unknown person.
So where would those two fall on the inclusion-exclusion scale, if you will?
Maxwell Anderson falls in the very strong support for inclusion. Sade Robinson falls in very strong support for exclusion.
Move on to BF10, the cutting from stain on the left side chest pocket.
That is a 2-person mixture also.
What was the result?
Compared with Maxwell Anderson, it's at least a quadrillion times more likely to observe that DNA profile if it's a mixture of Maxwell Anderson and an unknown person than from 2 unknown individuals.
And Sade?
Her statistic falls into the uninformative range again.
And what range does Mr. Anderson's fall into?
Very strong support for inclusion.
Inclusion, okay. Cutting from the inside left cuff of that jacket or sweatshirt.
Also a 2-person mixture.
What'd you find?
When compared with Maxwell Anderson, it's at least a quadrillion times more likely to observe that profile if it's a mixture of DNA from Maxwell Anderson and an unknown person than from 2 unknown individuals.
Where does that fall?
Very strong support for inclusion.
How about Sade?
She's excluded.
Cutting from, actually, I'm going to move on to the bottom of page 19. There are cuttings from numerous locations that revealed a single source male profile, correct?
Yes, or partial profiles.
Partial, I'm sorry. And what are those locations?
Those are the right side chest pocket, the inside right bottom, the inside back waistband, the inside right cuff, the inside back neck.
And whose profile were those consistent with?
They were consistent with Maxwell Anderson.
Next page, BF12, the cutting from a stain on the outer right arm.
Was a low-level partial profile not suitable for comparison.
So again, DNA there, you just couldn't do anything more with it.
Right.
Okay. And then the cutting from the stain on the right arm.
That is also a partial single-source male profile that is consistent with the profile from Maxwell Anderson.
And lastly, the cutting from the stain on the left inside hood of the sweatshirt and jacket?
That is a two-person mixture with at least one male.
With at least one male?
Yes.
And did you compare that two-person mixture to Maxwell Anderson and Sade Robinson?
I did.
What did you find?
For the comparison with Maxwell Anderson, it is at least a quadrillion times more likely to see that profile if it's a mixture of DNA from Maxwell Anderson and an unknown person than from two unknown individuals.
And where does that fall in the inclusion range for both of them?
Well, that was for Maxwell Anderson, and that's
Oh,
very
I'm
strong support for inclusion.
And how about Sade's?
Is at least a quadrillion times more likely to observe that DNA profile if it's a mixture of DNA from Sade Robinson and an unknown person than from two unknown individuals.
And where do both of those fall? For Maxwell Anderson and for Sade Robinson on?
Each of them are very strong support for inclusion.
All right, I'm going to hold up exhibit 480 again. The zipper pull, what was that one?
That was
Big time.
BF8 and was a single source female profile.
Whose?
It was consistent with Sade Robinson.
And inside the left side of the hood,
It was a mixture profile.
and the result being
That each, Maxwell Anderson was very strong support for inclusion and Sade Robinson was very strong support for inclusion.
nothing else.
Yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hello.
So it sounds like you played a pretty pivotal role in this investigation because you did, sounds like you tested a variety of items, correct?
Yes.
And do you remember how many reports in total that you drafted? Or, I mean, I guess that you did?
I believe I have 5.
5 in total.
Yes.
And so I just want to, just to kind of, I just get some more background here. Sometimes items are actually coming to the lab, like a sweatshirt, and you're actually visually scanning and analyzing them, right?
Yes.
And I think you said that because you've done training and you kind of have an expertise in detecting bodily fluids from humans, right?
Yes, that's part of what I do.
And so you're able to tell the difference between like you can recognize if you see blood on a surface, right?
We have tests that detect blood, yes.
And are you able to detect it just using your naked eye as well, right?
Well, we look for stains that appear that they could be blood, and then we have further tests that we can do.
I mean, obviously, if it's like red or like a dark brown, maybe you could think that it could possibly be blood.
Yes.
But you still do further testing because you need it to be precise.
Yes, we want to identify it if it's possible to do so.
And are you able to also identify whether it's sweat, urine, or saliva or other different fluids?
We have a presumptive test for saliva, which means it indicates that a body fluid could be saliva, but doesn't identify it. The other two, sweat and urine, we don't have tests for those.
Okay, but are you able to determine that using your naked eye, or do you actually have to perform tests to determine which type of DNA it is?
We would have to, for saliva, we have a test that we can run to see if that's what it could be.
Okay, and so I think we've covered this, but there's all sorts of different types of DNA, correct?
I'm not sure I know what you mean.
Well, so there's different sources of DNA, correct?
Yes.
Like for example, blood, saliva, semen, and even skin cells, right?
Yes.
And when you use kind of your analysis to be able to determine, ideally whether someone's had contact with a specific surface, right?
Actually, no, that's not part of what my testing tells me. I can't tell you how DNA got onto an item.
But you're able to see whether someone's DNA is on an item, correct?
I can see whether or not they're consistent with it or can be possibly included. We don't identify.
Yeah, but you don't know how the DNA got there, right?
That's correct.
And you don't know when it got there, right?
That's correct.
And when you're doing your analysis, we heard you say the words like inclusion and exclusion, right?
Yes.
And when you're writing a report, there's different types of verbal qualifiers that you can use, right?
For the likelihood ratio, for the mixtures, yes.
So for instance, you can say someone is very strong support for inclusion, right?
Yes, that's a qualifier we would use.
Or strong, and then below that is strong support, right?
Yes.
And moderate support for inclusion.
Yes, it depends on what the likelihood ratio actually the value is.
And so the higher the likelihood ratio, the stronger support?
Yes.
Okay. And then there's, you said uninformative, right?
Yes.
And that means that you can't say it's included and you also can't say it's excluded, right?
It really has more to do with that the likelihood ratio is so low, it doesn't support either statement. And it was determined when we were doing validation of the software that we use. There were some handful of profiles that we knew with likelihood ratios that were around 300 maybe, where we knew that person wasn't actually included and should not have been included. So we developed an uninformative range to avoid including or excluding somebody improperly.
Okay. And then you can also have moderate support for exclusion, right?
Yes.
And also strong support for exclusion and very strong support for exclusion.
Yes.
And I suppose we already covered that, I'm sorry. And the DNA process is important, I guess, in criminal courts, right?
Yes, it has been for quite a long time.
Because it can suggest potentially that someone's been at a certain location if their DNA's been there.
Again, my testing doesn't tell me that, but it is used in criminal cases.
But DNA can be used to exclude suspects, right?
It can be used to exclude anybody, really. We compare different people.
And I think you talked a little bit about there's kind of different, I don't know what's the right word for it, but you said there's touch DNA, right?
Yes, touch DNA is kind of a term used when there's no body fluid associated with DNA and it's on an item that you would expect someone to touch or handle, like a pen or a gun or something like that.
And that's kind of an example of me like touching something directly like a pen, right?
Yes.
But also I could be, if I'm sweating, I can be leaving traces of my DNA through my sweat as well.
It would facilitate transfer of the cells, yes.
And there's also something called indirect transfer of DNA, right?
I think I know what you're referring to, yes.
And what am I referring to?
You're probably referring to secondary transfer.
And can you explain what like secondary transfer is?
Secondary transfer is when DNA gets on an item, not from the person it comes from. So if I were up here and got, say, some blood on my chair, and then the next person came up and sat on it and got my blood on their clothing, even though they've never had any contact with me, that would be secondary transfer. It's getting onto an object with an intervening object, I guess.
So for instance, if there's a doorknob and people are commonly using this doorknob, and then I use the doorknob, and then I go home and am using my kitchen knives. It's possible, right, that someone who has left their DNA in that doorknob could be found on the knife, right?
It would be possible. It would depend on how much of that DNA was on the doorknob, how much transferred to your hand, and how much was left by the time you touched your knife.
Okay, so if I have someone who sits on my couch, and then they leave and I throw my jacket on the couch, it's possible that their DNA could be found on the jacket.
Again, it would depend on, were they sitting on it with shorts on, or did they have pants on? How much DNA got on it from that person, and then how much.
So this is how the defense is trying to explain how her DNA got on his coat. Maybe she sat on the couch, she threw the coat there. They were together. They were hanging out. They were hugging each other. How dumb can my lawyer be? Stop with the, I threw it on the couch and, bro, they were together. They were hanging out. That was your best line of questioning. Well, wasn't they seen hanging together? Wasn't they seen hugging? That's why her DNA is on his coat. You talking about if she sat on the couch and you threw it on the couch, if you touched her doorknob and then I went home and touched my knife. Bro, say the facts. They were together. They was hanging out. He hugged her. Don't try to say a whole bunch of other shit thinking you confusing the jury when if they half as smart as me, they just see you as a dumb motherfucker talking about shit that's irrelevant to the case.
Much would have gotten onto your jacket. So transfer of touch DNA or transfer of DNA can happen in a lot of different ways, and it's hard to quantify whether or not it would happen.
So, but it's possible, right?
It is possible.
And secondary transfer, I think as you referred to it, isn't some crazy phenomenon. It's well known and well accepted in forensic science, correct?
It is certainly something that's been the subject of numerous papers.
And at the crime lab, you have the technology to find even small amounts of DNA on an item, correct?
Yes.
So even trace amounts of biological material can provide a DNA profile, right?
Yes.
And that could potentially, it might not be your job, but it could potentially be used by law enforcement or the district's attorney's office to link a suspect to a crime scene.
It allows us to provide information to our submitting agencies.
And so I want to go to one of the exhibits. I got to just figure out which one it is.
You ain't figured that out before you got up there?
I believe
dumbass?
it's your report number 15. It's the analysis of the door handle of the vehicle, right?
Yes.
And what exhibit number is that?
That is from Report Exhibit 441, dated November 20th, 2024.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. So in this report, and I'm gonna actually, can I actually take that?
Sure.
I'm gonna keep cleaning these people out. I hope her, and her ain't getting paid because they don't seem to be doing anything. I hope these two right here are just interns or something because, you know, if all these people, her, then there's other people over here, there's other people over there. There's too many people working in this courthouse getting money, doing nothing.
Permission to publish, Judge? We already moved it in.
Any objection?
No.
Go ahead.
All right, so, well, it's gonna be kind of hard to see here, but you have items, it has items CA, CB, CC, CD, CE, you see that?
Yes.
And then you give it a sub-designation, right? CA1.
Get back to the microphone, guy.
CC1, correct?
Yes.
And so when we look at the actual analysis, it's labeled as, like, so item CA is listed as CA1 when you're actually doing the analysis, right?
Yes, it's a cutting taken from CA, and for tracking purposes through our laboratory system, once something is separated from its parent item, it gets its own designation, so we can see where it goes in the laboratory and who has contact with it.
Yeah, so if the jury wants to look and understand what sample is connected with which, I guess, conclusion or probability conclusion, they can look at the sample CA, and then look at sample CA1 and see what the ultimate conclusion is, right?
Yes.
And on this, so CA1 was the driver's side door handle, correct?
Swabs from the exterior driver door handle, yes.
Okay, and that was, do you know what type of vehicle it was?
Not off the top of my head, no.
And you were able to determine that there was human DNA, correct?
Yes.
And that there was male DNA, correct?
There was a small amount of male DNA. So what present limited means is that the amount of male DNA there is low, and it's below what we would expect to see a profile from.
Okay. And you ultimately concluded that there was male DNA on there, but it wasn't Maxwell Anderson, correct? You said he's excluded.
Well, the profile that is on there that came up is a partial single source female profile. So given that the male DNA just doesn't really show up in this profile at all. Okay. So he is excluded from the female profile, yes.
Okay. But you did find Sade Robinson's DNA on it.
I found a profile consistent with her.
Okay. And so there was DNA that you were able to gather from that door handle, and we know Sade's DNA.
Well, once again, I think you suck as a lawyer. You're this guy's lawyer. We fucking know her DNA is on there. It's her fucking car. Duh. That doesn't even... It shouldn't even be something you care about. It shouldn't be a question. You're trying to free your client from facing prison. And you're so what? Her DNA is on her own car. It should be there. Duh.
You conclude that there's a probability that her DNA is on it.
I conclude that.
And you suck. The judge sucked because they should have told them get back to the microphone. Do you notice when the prosecution get up, they grab the microphone? Because they know what the fuck they doing. That alone shows you this guy isn't, this is his first time. He has never been involved in a big case like this because he's just dumb. They both dumb over there.
It's consistent with her, yes, it could be her.
And you made, and your exact words in here were Maxwell S. Anderson is excluded. Those were your words, right?
Yes, he is excluded from that female profile.
Okay. So you can't conclude that his DNA was ever found on the door handle that vehicle.
I cannot.
Neither on the trunk latch either.
There wasn't, I don't remember, the trunk latch didn't go past our quantitation step, which is to see how much DNA is present. There wasn't enough.
Okay. I'm going to just give you back 441.
Thank you.
All these people that work in the courthouse. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You got the prosecution team. You got the defense team. You got people over there at the other table that work for the... No one said, oh, man, let's tell him to go back to the microphone. No one thought of that. The whole fucking courtroom is a bunch of stupid motherfuckers. It's a televised trial. Get your shit together. Jeez, I'll never commit crime in this town. Not that I commit crimes, but I'm just saying.
All right, I want to move on to Exhibit 440. You have that in front of you still?
Yes, I do.
And that is a variety of items that you tested that were found in Max Anderson's home, correct?
Yes, there are some items in here from his home, and there are others as well.
Okay, yes. And you tested a lot of different items, correct?
Yes.
I mean, I don't know how many there are in total, probably like 50. I don't know if you know off the top of your head, there's quite...
I don't, actually.
I mean, if you could just take a minute and count how many items you tested.
From his home or all together on this list?
You can do it all together on that list.
Oh, certainly.
There's a total of 33 items on the list that were tested, and some of them had sub-designated items within them, such as the latex gloves.
What was the number? I'm sorry.
Did I say 36?
I don't know. I didn't hear.
I don't remember.
Oh, God. You got questions about DNA, but as the lawyer, you don't know what slide there is, that you don't know none of this? Oh, my God. This dude is going to prison, definitely.
What was the question? I didn't even hear it.
I didn't hear her answer as to what the number was.
What's the number?
So we got one of the defense attorneys talking over the other defense attorney, confusing everything. Like, bro, this is enough to say, like, I would fire you two motherfuckers mid fucking trial and get me some new lawyers. I represent myself and do the dumb shit y'all doing and making the mistakes they doing. That's just my opinion. I've been through a lot of court cases and I've always represented myself and I came out fine.
It was 33. Oh,
There we
thank
go.
you.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I came out fine when lawyers told me, no, they're not gonna do that. You can't make that happen, and I made it fucking happen.
And some, like I said, some of them had more than one item in them, and so those have sub-designated items as well.
Okay, so we have exhibit 440 on the screen, okay? So it just might be a little easier to see rather than me using that contraption over there. Can everyone in the jury see this screen? No? All right, you can see the screen, you can't read it.
They've been using screens. This is day 7 of the trial. They've been using screens that the jury can see. All of a sudden, now the jury can't see the fucking screen? Are you fucking kidding me? Like, oh my God. The defense is suck asses. Like, I'm just saying, like, I've been through a lot of court cases, man. I was a troubled youth. I got in a lot of shit. These dudes is dudes you do not want. They don't know their fucking mouth from their asshole. Clearly.
Yeah, maybe that might be helpful.
So none of the screens they've been using so far that the jury couldn't see them. They had screens over here all morning they was using. Now all of a sudden the defense gets up and no one can see the screen. Fucking idiots.
Okay, and what I was talking about before is
Normally, it has to just go up to your table so that your client can see it as well.
Normally, but clearly it's ain't.
And so what I was talking about earlier, just so they can see, the jury can see another format. All right, so swabs that were taken from the mid stairs to the west wall are going to have item D, right?
Yes.
And then the sub designation
Yes.
is where they can find it if you're just paging through the pack, right?
Right. It's what was ultimately subjected to DNA testing.
Attorney Finley, do you want to use a microphone?
Oh my God! See, you see how I know what the fuck I'm talking about? It's just that everybody in this courtroom is stupid. I'm sorry to tell y'all that. They all dumb as fuck and they stupid. He's been questioning him now for about 10 minutes with no microphone. I've been screaming the whole time, and I bet you people that see this video like, oh, he's bugging. He's talking about microphones. Yes, because this is a fucking trial on fucking TV. He should be using a fucking microphone. That's why I don't want him representing me. That right there.
And yeah, and I want and just scroll back so they can see something. And sometimes if you take multiple swabs from an item, there's going to be Q1, Q2, Q3, right?
Yes, there's a lot of items had multiple samples taken. Some were swabs, some were cuttings from those items, and those would have been processed separately.
Yeah, and then you sometimes can draw a conclusion for each different sample, whether someone's included, excluded, or what have you, right?
If they went through the entire process and were suitable for comparison, yes.
And I want to go to this.
Yo.
So we can see these are all the items that this is just one page of all the items you tested a majority of these look like they're from Max Anderson's home, correct?
Yes, a lot of them are. Not all of them, however.
So item D, mid-stairs of west wall, swabs, correct?
Yes,
Item E, swabs from upper stairs and east wall.
yes,
Item F, that's that plaid jacket, correct? That I think that we pulled out and you got to see, right?
yes,
And then we have swabs from the north wall of the foyer, right?
yes.
Swabs from the pillow in the bed,
Just the pillow itself, and then samples were taken from that.
and also the pillowcase.
Yes,
And the duvet cover, correct?
yes,
Even the caulk line of the bathtub, right?
yes,
And then the wall above the towel rack, correct?
yes,
The bathtub faucet,
yes,
knobs on the bathtub,
yes,
fitted sheets from the bed,
yes,
the wall below the handrail,
yes,
below the handrail, it looks like.
yes,
And then the east wall, knives from the kitchen, right?
and one knife, yes,
It was just one knife, okay, I'm
Yes.
sorry. And then obviously the DNA sample from Mr. Anderson, right?
yes,
And then you even did hair pluckings from the proximal bone, right?
yes, these were other items that were submitted.
And there was a blonde hair found on one of those proximal bone, correct?
There were hairs on, those were both hairs, AS1 and AS2. I didn't examine them, another analyst did.
But you know the conclusion was that Max Anderson was excluded, correct?
I'm going to object for hearsay, move to strike.
Any response?
It's in her report.
State?
The report's admitted and
That's fine, but okay, fine.
Withdraw the objection?
Yes, I do.
Okay, go ahead.
Now the prosecution team is objecting this shit and then taking it back, and this is just a goofball trial. Whether he gets off or he gets convicted won't be because either side of the lawyers was good at their job. It'll be because the jury just decided to make a decision because both sides suck.
Yes, Maxwell Anderson was excluded on both of those hairs.
okay. And Sade Robinson was included, right?
Yes, both of those are single source female profiles that are consistent with Sade Robinson.
Okay. And then latex gloves. You tested a variety of those, correct?
Yes,
There was a rock that it looked like they had blood on it, but you didn't examine that?
right. Again, I had another analyst looked at that and she did not examine the rock, just the gloves.
Is there any reason why she didn't examine the rock?
Speculation.
So that's confusing. So they find gloves with a rock that seems to have blood on it, but they don't examine the rock that seems to have blood on it.
If you have to do you know the answer to that? Or do you have to speculate to answer that?
Yeah, probably.
All right, then I do object and
Okay, then at this point, I will sustain the objection. Next question, please.
And then this blanket, BE. Do you remember the blanket?
Yes, again, I did not examine that, but it was submitted and examined by another analyst.
And but you concluded the findings in your report, right?
Right, because I did the DNA analysis of the data and the comparisons.
Okay, and do you recall what that blanket looked like? Did you ever see it?
I saw a photo of it.
And what did it look like?
It had a picture of Sade Robinson on it.
Okay. And then the sweatshirt jacket, BF, we saw that, correct?
Yes.
That's that gray.
So where was this blanket with her on it? I'm just curious to know because he never went to her house. So was it in her car? Was it in his house? And today we seen video that they were together prior to this, alleged first date. So just curious to where that blanket came from.
Gray jacket, whatever you want to,
Yes.
whatever, dark colored jacket. And then there's multiple hairs that are located in the sweatshirt jacket, right?
Yes,
And then BI is swabs from a knife handle, right?
Yes.
BJ swabs from a knife blade.
Yes.
And are these a pocket knife?
I don't know for sure because we got the swabs in.
Okay. But swabs from top of a lighter, side of a lighter, right?
Yes.
Side of a keychain light, right?
Yes.
And then multiple swabs, 3 different swabs from boxes of matches, right?
Yes.
And your lab gets the actual, with those, so those are just swabs. Someone else takes these swabs, sends them to the lab, right?
Yes, those came in as swabs from those items.
Okay, now I want to just move down to screening. So screening, and you said blood was identified on different items, right?
Yes.
Those latex gloves that I think you described as blood stains, right?
Yes.
Fitted sheets, pillowcase from bed, blood, right?
Yes.
Presumptive.
And I'm just saying, once again, I'm nobody. But as a jury member, right, you showing me things that got blood on it in his house. And maybe you think as a defense attorney, oh yeah, it's not Sade's. As a juror, I'm only gonna think he killed other people. I'm just saying. I'm only gonna think he hurt other people. So once again, these dudes as a defense attorney, I wouldn't want you as my lawyer. You're talking about blood. Don't talk about blood in my house. I'm being accused of killing a girl and chopping her the fuck up, right? Don't talk about blood in my fucking house. Because the jury might be like, well, yeah, that wasn't Sade blood. That was the other girl blood he killed. I'm just saying. These are things that come in my mind. Maybe I'm dumb for thinking that. But I'm just saying. As my lawyer, don't talk about blood in my house. I'm on trial for murder, bro. Yes, you want to prove so bad. Oh, it wasn't Sade's blood. Okay, whose blood it is? That's a question in the fucking jury's head. Whose blood it is? If it ain't Sade's and it ain't his, did he kill somebody else in the fucking house too? I'm just saying. Maybe I'm dumb, but like I said, I've been to jail before. I represented myself. And as a lawyer representing me on a murder case, I don't want the jury hearing his blood in my house. I don't want that shit. I don't even want to talk about that shit. The other side already said it wasn't me. I'd have left that shit right where it's at. There's nothing I can add. If it ain't me, it ain't me. But I don't want to talk about blood being in my house when I'm on trial for killing somebody and chopping them up.
Blood test, presumptive testing for blood was positive on these 3 items, right?
Yes, so blood was not confirmed as being there, but the presumptive test indicated it could be blood.
Okay, and now I want to focus on this blood was not detected on, okay? And now can you scroll down the page? So the bathtub area, I think we talked about that up there. There's no blood at all found on any of the swabs of the bathroom.
It was not detected on those swabs.
This plaid jacket that we held up, no blood on there.
No blood, the tests were negative.
Okay, and the knife handle and knife blade that was swabbed, there was no blood on it, right?
That's correct.
These 13 stains on this is the dark sweatshirt, correct?
Yes.
You took 13 different samples from that sweatshirt.
Well, 13 different stains were tested for the possible presence of blood.
And absolutely none of them had blood on them.
They were negative.
The blanket that you said had Sade's face on it, correct?
Yes.
No blood on that either.
No.
And you ran the test, there's no blood.
Another analyst ran the test, but yes, her results showed that they were negative.
Okay. And so I want to talk about the analysis that was done on those gloves. So you said that, I want to go back to the uninformative one. I think this is going to be page, sorry. It's Can we, I think it starts on page 15. It says swab some blood stain of first latex glove and third glove. Both Maxwell Anderson and Sade are excluded, right?
Item AT2A?
AT1A, AT1B, AT1C.
Yes, they're both excluded.
Okay, and sorry, you're right. I did say I wanted to talk about the uninformative one, and that's on page 16. So that's AT1D, right?
Yes,
So 3-person mixture, at least one of them is male, right?
yes,
And you said Max Anderson is very strong support for exclusion, right?
yes, he is.
5.60 times 10 to the negative 7.
Yes, so it's at least 1 million times more likely to see that profile if he's not included as a contributor than if he is.
So 1 in a million, right?
Well, that's the likelihood ratio. It's not an odds. It's just, that's what the ratio, the probabilities are between the two statements.
Okay. And then Sade Robinson, 3.22 times 10 to the negative 3rd.
Yes,
What's that statistical value?
I would have to do a calculation because it's the reciprocal.
Okay,
So
and it's
it's less than 1,000.
okay. So less than 1,000 versus less than 1 million.
Yes.
Okay, there's a big difference in those calculations, right?
Right, the uninformative range goes from 1 to 1,000 for inclusion and 1 to 1,000 towards exclusion, and that's where the cutoff is.
Okay. And so if we could just go to page 18. If we're looking on page 18, or actually look at page 19, BF 16.
Yes,
Cutting from inside left cuff of sweatshirt jacket, BF 16. That again is that dark colored sweatshirt, right?
yes,
You analyzed that and you said Sade Robinson is excluded, correct?
she is.
Your words below that, the excluded, all caps, right?
Yes,
It says it is not possible for this observed DNA profile to result.
from Sade Robinson and an unknown person, yes.
So 0% chance that she's a possible contributor.
There is the likelihood ratio is 0, so it is an exclusion.
Okay. Okay, and I want to go to page 20. It's just interesting. It says, please submit appropriate biological standards from any individuals thought to be involved for further DNA interpretations to be made. You see that?
Yes,
Did you receive any other biological standards from any other individuals other than Maxwell Anderson and Sade Robinson?
I did receive one from Sheena Scarborough, but it was not used for comparison for these items, simply with the toothbrush.
Did you receive any standards from any other males?
No,
Only Max Anderson, right?
yes.
All right, so I want to go through some of these conclusions that you have in your report, okay?
All right.
And if we can start with well, let me just try to find the right one. So blood stains from this pillow, item P2. You see that? It's on page 6. I don't know if that's up.
Yes.
And and then it goes on to page 7. It says 2-person mixture, at least 1 male, right?
Yes.
And then on page 7, Maxwell Anderson is included, right?
Yes, he is very strong support for inclusion.
And Sade Robinson is excluded, right?
She is.
And then bloodstain from pillow, P3, right?
Yes.
Maxwell Anderson's uninformative, Sade Robinson is excluded, right?
Yes.
And then moving on, stains from pillowcase from bed, Sade Robinson excluded, right?
Are you talking about Q1, 2, and 3?
Yes.
Yes, she is excluded from all of those.
Okay, and then stains from sheets on bed, R1, R7, R8, and R10. Those, you see those?
Yes.
Sade Robinson is excluded, right?
She is.
Then stains from sheets on bed, R5, R6, R9. We
Yes.
see Maxwell Anderson,
Yes, it's partial single source male profiles that are consistent with him.
and Sade Robinson is what, excluded?
She is excluded.
All right, and then stains from sheet on bed, R2.
She's excluded.
She's excluded as well, and we see 0% chance, right?
It's just the likelihood ratio is 0, therefore she is excluded.
Okay, impossible to be a contributor, right?
Yes.
And then stains from sheets on bed, R4, uninformative, right?
Yes.
Not included.
Again, I can't make any inclusionary or exclusionary statements based because the likelihood ratio falls into our uninformative range.
Just like her DNA found on that glove, right?
Yes.
And then from the pillowcases, that's item T1, Sade Robinson excluded.
Yes.
T2, she's uninformative, right?
Yes.
Do,
The likelihood ratio is in the uninformative range.
okay. Okay, page excluded or informative. So go to your page 9. Duvet cover, item U1, right?
Yes.
Sade Robinson is excluded, right?
She is, yes.
And then moving down to item U2. This is going to be on page 10 is where you can see the conclusions, right?
Yes, she is excluded there as well.
Maxwell Anderson's included. That comes no surprise because this duvet cover's found in his house, right?
Well, again, I don't know how it got there. I just did the comparisons.
Okay. Stain from duvet cover U3. Sade Robinson is excluded, right?
Yes.
Item U7. Sade Robinson excluded, right?
Yes.
And then item U8. Sade Robinson, moderate support for exclusion, right?
Yes.
And that statistic is at least 1,330 times more likely to observe this DNA profile if it is a mixture resulting from H2 than if it is a mixture resulting from H1.
Yes.
And then we can see U9, uninformative again, right?
Yes.
U10 is an So U9, let me clarify, that's a stain from the duvet cover, correct?
Yes.
And uninformative.
It's Sade Robinson's likelihood ratio is in the uninformative range.
Okay, a stain from duvet cover, that is going to be U10, just below that, right?
Yes.
Sade Robinson is excluded, right?
For U10, the comparison to Sade Robinson is strong support for exclusion. So it's at least 19,000 times more likely to observe that DNA profile if it's a mixture of 3 unknown people, then from Sade Robinson, and 2 unknown people.
All right. Stains from duvet cover item U11. Sade Robinson is uninformative, correct?
The comparison to her standard falls into the uninformative range for the likelihood ratio.
Stains from duvet cover item U12. Sade Robinson is excluded.
She is.
And then we have stains from duvet cover items U4, U5, U6, U13, and U14, right?
Yes.
And you say it's not suitable for comparison due to limited amount of DNA, right?
Yes, of the profiles had a limited amount of information, so can't be used for comparison.
All right. And then swab some bathtub faucet, that's AD1.
Yes.
It's a 3-person mixture, at least one's male, right?
Yes.
Then moving on to page 13, Maxwell Anderson, very strong support for inclusion, right?
Yes, that's where his likelihood ratio falls.
And for Sade Robinson, it says very strong support for exclusion, correct?
Yes, her likelihood ratio falls into the very strong support for exclusion.
Swab some north knob of bathtub, that's item AE1, correct?
Yes.
Consistent with profiles for Maxwell Anderson, right?
Yes.
Sade Robinson is excluded, correct?
Yes, she is.
Then swab some south knob of bathtub. Sade Robinson is very strong support for exclusion.
Yes, that's her likelihood ratio.
And then we have stain from fitted sheet, AH2. Conclusion for Sade Robinson is that she is excluded, correct?
Yes.
And then stain from fitted sheet, A8 is AH5. She's also excluded, correct?
Yes, she is.
And then stain from fitted sheet, AH6. Sade Robinson is excluded, correct?
Yes.
And then stain from fitted sheet, item AH7. Sade Robinson is excluded.
Yes.
Stains from fitted sheet, AH3, AH4, and AH8. Sade Robinson is excluded, correct?
Yes.
And then we have swabs from knife blade. So that's the actual blade of the knife, right?
Yes, there were swabs taken from that.
And they didn't just swab the blade, they swabbed the blade handle, right?
Yes, the person who did the screening swabbed them separately.
And that's important because people typically hold knives with the blade. I mean, with the handle, I'm sorry.
Yes.
And it was consistent with Maxwell Anderson, right?
Yes, but the profiles on both of those were consistent with him.
But Sade Robinson was excluded.
She was.
She's excluded from the knife blade and excluded from the knife handle, correct?
Yes.
And then the hair root from the proximal bone, I think I mentioned that earlier, right?
Yes.
And Maxwell Anderson is excluded, so he's not included in that whatsoever.
That's correct.
And then hair root from proximal bone AS2A, Sade Robinson is included, but Maxwell Anderson is excluded.
Yes, it's consistent with her profile, and Maxwell Anderson is excluded.
And then so that hair root was found on that it came to you in a lab. The hair root came and it was found on a proximal bone, correct?
Yes, I would have to consult my notes to look at the packaging to see exactly how it came in, because again, I didn't look at that one.
Okay, but we know it's not Mr. Anderson's hair, right?
He is excluded from the DNA on that, yes.
Yeah. So I'm going to page 18. Swabs from zipper pull of sweatshirt jacket, item BF8, right?
Yes.
Sade Robinson's included, right?
Yes, the profile on that is consistent with Sade Robinson.
But you don't know how her DNA got there, right?
I do not.
It could have been direct transfer.
It could have been.
It could have been secondary transfer, right?
It could have been any number of ways to get there. I can't tell.
And you don't know when it got there.
I do not.
And it's not blood, right?
I don't believe it was tested for any body fluids. It was just swabbed.
Okay. Maxwell Anderson is excluded, correct?
Yes.
And then cutting from stain on inside left bottom of sweatshirt jacket, item BF9, says Maxwell Anderson's included, right?
Yes, there's very strong support for inclusion for Maxwell Anderson.
But Sade Robinson is very strong support for exclusion, correct?
Yes.
121 million times more likely to observe this DNA profile if it's a mixture from someone else, right?
If it's a mixture of someone who's not Sade Robinson, yes, where she's not a contributor.
Okay, and again, you didn't receive any different DNA samples from any other different males, right?
That's correct.
And moving down, cutting from stain on left side of chest pocket, BF10. It says Maxwell Anderson's included and Sade Robinson is uninformative, correct?
Her likelihood ratio falls into the uninformative range, so no statements can be made.
All right, and then cutting from inside left cuff of sweatshirt jacket. So that's like this interior cuff, correct?
Yes.
And there's a Ms. Robinson is also excluded from there, correct?
She is.
And then we have a left inside hood sweatshirt jacket, a stain from inside there. That's BF19.
Yes.
And then both Mr. Anderson and Ms. Robinson are both very strong support for inclusion, correct?
Each of their likelihood ratios, yes, fall into the very strong support for inclusion.
Okay, and again, we don't know how Ms. Robinson's DNA would have gotten there, right?
I don't know how the DNA got there, no.
And you don't know when it got there, correct?
That's correct.
And so that finding someone's DNA or this likelihood ratio, is that consistent with someone just possibly wearing someone else's hoodie?
DNA can be transferred that way. Again, I don't know because all I know is what the DNA shows.
So if you know, say my partner wears my hoodie or something, it's possible that.
So are you suggesting that she wore his hoodie or he wore her shit and that's how the DNA got on there? Bro, you are the fucking dumbest lawyer on the fucking planet.
On my hoodie because she put it on, right?
I'm going to object for speculation, and we've already covered this.
I believe we have gone down this path already.
Right.
Also
You just
stated
talking
objection. Next
stupid
question,
shit,
please.
getting your client locked the fuck up. Hey, man, everybody in this town, don't hire these two goofballs. You going to prison, I promise you. Milwaukee, do not hire these two defense lawyers. You will go to fucking prison.
And just briefly here, all the knives that you tested, Ms. Robinson's blood was not, her blood was not found on any of those, correct?
There was only one knife that was tested. And no, there was, there was no blood detected on it, and she is excluded from it.
Okay, and everything that was tested was sent to you by probably law enforcement, correct?
I believe so.
And law enforcement has the ability to send you any items that they deem relevant for an investigation, right?
Not always. We have guidelines on what can be submitted and what cannot be submitted. And so we don't take everything that law enforcement wants to give us necessarily. It depends.
Okay, but if law enforcement sent you an item to test and they thought it was very important for their investigation, you would test it unless it was one of these items that you just can't test.
Yes, if someone wants to submit an item and it wouldn't fall within our guidelines, but they called about it, we would certainly have a discussion with them.
Okay, and there's multiple lab analysts who work at the Wisconsin State Crime Lab, right?
Yes.
So because you can only test so many items, right? You only have so much time.
Well, yes, I mean, I'm not sure exactly what you're getting at, I
Well,
guess.
there's multiple other analysts that can.
Don't worry, Miss Lady. He's not sure what the fuck he's getting at. He's just up there asking questions. And I swear to God, when this dude is doing 100 years, him and the other lawyer will be the first two I would blame.
Test items. If the police send you a large variety of items, you're not the only one who needs to do the testing, right?
No, typically, it'll only be a few people, but it depends on the case and the size of the case. In this case, there were so many items. There was another analyst who was helping me out with screening and some extractions as well.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have anything else.
I know you don't.
So there was male DNA on the swab from the driver's door handle?
There was a limited amount, so it would have been a very, very small amount.
So you couldn't do further testing, but there was male DNA there?
If you would let me look at my
Sure.
quantitation, thank you. The amount of male DNA on that item falls below our thresholds for both the autosomal testing that was done and for YSTR testing. So there is nothing that could have been done with it.
So beyond...
So, we seen the defense make all this fucking noise about, oh, your DNA and you didn't find it. Yeah, they found male DNA on the door handle, but it wasn't enough to test, which would be, make sense if this was his first time ever driving a car. He had limited touching of the door, which she already said earlier. If there's just limited testing limited DNA put on there, it's all about how much DNA was put on there. How many times did they touch it? So, once again, there is male DNA on the shit. Now, that's why I think his lawyers were dumb for going down that road, because as a juror, all you need to know is male DNA was on that fucking door. That's all you need to know as a juror. You're going to make your own assumptions. Anybody that thinks juries follow the law and they don't know the fucking law. They are regular fucking people. So, they're going to make assumptions off of the shit you give them. They're not going to say, well, the law says this and that. No, they're going to make up their mind individually. So, if I'm in the jury room and you're telling me there's male DNA on the door handle, and I watch her car go to his fucking house, I watch her car leave his fucking house, and I watch her car drive around, I watch her car go where the leg was found, I watch her car on fire, and then I watch him taking a bus from the area where the car and the leg was found. Just DNA of a male being on the door handle is fucking enough for me to think it's him, stupid fucking lawyers. It's just enough. That's all I need. I don't need exact science as a juror because I'm not a fucking scientist. So his lawyers suck by harping on DNA. They suck.
Learning that there was male DNA there was
when we physically know he was with her. We know that.
nothing else you could do with that.
That's correct.
You couldn't compare it to Maxwell Anderson's.
That's correct. The only profile I had was the female profile.
And when we're, for example, Exhibit 440, I think I need the control back. All right, 440 here, the single source, I think it's over there too. Right here, this single source female profile from the zipper pull of that gray sweatshirt is consistent with the profile from Sade Robinson. And Maxwell Anderson, he's excluded, well, but it's a female profile, right?
Yes.
So that's not surprising, right?
Right.
Right, and he is excluded.
Okay.
Right. That's another point the defense made. Oh, his DNA wasn't found, right? You can't say it was him. It was female DNA, you stupid fuck. Like, yo, the amount of people that's supposed to be smart in this world and you find out they dumb as fuck is amazing.
Nothing else.
Defense?
No.
Thank you.
You should have said no in the first place. You shouldn't even question her. You didn't help your client's case. To me, if I'm on the jury, you heard it because you highlighted everything they said. You highlighted all the things they said, stupid. You helped their case. You didn't knock it down. You didn't disprove anything they said. You highlighted it. That's why you a fuck up.
Okay, it's 4:33. I think we've had enough, right? Okay, we're going to end for today. We're going to come back tomorrow morning. We'll start up tomorrow morning. Celeste, what time? 8:30. 8:30 tomorrow morning. So talk with the bailiffs about that. Remember the admonitions, right? No research, no investigation, no blogging, no texting. Don't talk about it on your way out. You can all probably recite this out loud with me by this point, right? Have a lovely evening. Feel free to bring coffee, water, or soda back with you. Leave your notebooks on your chairs.
So there
and we'll see
you
at
have
8:30.
it. That's the day. We've been here all day. We'll be here tomorrow. And I know our community is small. We don't get many viewers. I've never been a live streamer. This is my first time live streaming, so I've been here for 3 days. And if you like the video, if you share the video, we'll get more people into our community and we can have healthy chats about this. Well, ain't nothing about my chat healthy. If you can't tell, I'm always on go. I'm all gas, no goddamn brakes. My mouth is fucking reckless, and that's just what I do. You know, 'cause I earned that right. I'm 50 years old. I paid all my debts to society, and I earned that right to be me. You know, to anybody that follows me and come in here, I thank you. I just ask you to hit that like, hit share, subscribe, and let's grow together. Let's watch me go from a small channel to a big channel. Yeah, I would love to make that money too, like these big channels make, but it takes help on the smaller level. Like I always say, if you're a supporter of the channel, much love and respect goes out to you. I salute. Over here, I present you with the facts. I give you my opinion on those facts. And if you like how I do that, click that like, share, subscribe, hit the bell, click all so you can get notifications every time I drop one of these videos. And if you out here, like the prosecution and the defense team, just dumb as hell, cut the shit. That part.